Okay, it says that the mic's working now.
Okay.
All right, are we good?
Let's see. Hitting live. Okay. Yep, we're good.
Oh my god,
Let
the
me check
title isn't even
vertical.
correct. What?
Let me check the vertical.
Did you hear I said the title's not even
Yeah,
correct?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, are we back? You are back. Okay, and am I? Is my audio coming in? It says on OBS that I'm good.
Sounds good to
Sounds good.
me.
Okay. Okay. Thank God. I don't know what all these disastrous technical errors are. I could only think that I'm being throttled by the IDF and Hamas at the same time. Everything seems fine now. Thank you so much. Where was I? So, like, yeah, I have to conclude the solution by anybody claiming that they think that like shock collars are morally acceptable. The idea that like people think that you know shock collars are acceptable to any degree. They I noticed that one of two things happen. It's either somebody gives a moral dilemma that they can't prove is true of any situations that are expected in almost the world. Like this is how rare I would actually expect it to be. Just to put it into perspective, this is how rare I would expect it to be for anybody who did OBS freeze? Holy crap! Yo, I'm about to. I swear to God, what is
I
happening?
wouldn't know yet.
Yeah, no, I
Oh, I
I
see
see it.
this
Yeah,
one.
yeah. Okay, I seriously okay. Um, all right. So the idea to put it into perspective of how strange it is to try to extrapolate the idea of how rare it would be for somebody to find a valid use for a shock collar. If the standard really would be that like a dog is going to harm somebody, that's not the only burden that I think you'd have to show, or the only premise or trait true of the situation, the only context I could imagine being of morally relevant significance. It also has to be a situation where not just the dog would do something problematic. It has to be a situation where the dog in question, or the thing that's problematic, couldn't be avoided by some other reconciliation, right? Because again, like I gave the example earlier, if I could separate my dog and my cat, if the dog can go to a household, if the dog that's dangerous to around small animals or around small children or so on and so forth, can be put in a home where they're separated from these other creatures. And I don't need to shock the shit out of them, whether it's a few times, whether it's a lot of times. And again, of all the time, like I find it extremely ridiculous. Remember that no matter how much you try to train behavior, you're still taking a risk, right? So if you have any reason to believe that a dog would be violent or aggressive or anything like that around certain creatures, just like how my dog was fine with my cat for years, right? It's behavior. It's still unpredictable. It's primitive at the end of the day. Your dog could know certain cues or certain signals. Imagine a situation where your dog gets the shock collar off too. I mean, that would be problematic. But I just don't know. Even if I assumed that you're watching a camera 24/7, in the future we have AI shocks your dog for you, like whatever the fuck it is. Imagine that the dog gets shocked and your solution wasn't just to separate the dangerous non-moral agent from the other beings. It seems like that avoids all the pain. It avoids of both parties, both the individuals they would possibly harm, so there's no risk factor. No pain to the originating party, which has to happen even if we stipulated that there was a 100% success rate somehow all the time, which obviously you can't. There's way too many factors, especially across everybody whom would have a large dog. But and yeah, so you're not taking any risk on the one set of beings. You're not delivering trauma to the original being nor the other being, or basically mental agony, if that sounds too dramatic. And no physical pain to at least the innocent, poor fucking baby, the giant dog. Avoid all that fucking cruelty nonsense and just separate the goddamn animal. I don't know why the fuck you would ever think that that's acceptable. Like, man, I really want my dog to be around my niece, my nephew. I really want them to be around my cat. So I'm just gonna put a shock collar around them. Put the shock collar. Yeah, it's fucking sick. You guys are sick, okay? Of anybody who would find it acceptable to shock the shit out of a dog, just name the trait. What is true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say it's okay to shock the shit out of the mentally handicapped person as you would the animal. And don't change the context, right? We're talking of the same exact context. You just want your mentally handicapped being to be around your other family. You want them to go on walks in like the most public places. You're really bothered that you have to find like private trails where other dogs wouldn't be. Like, what are all these petty fucking concepts that you're just really making an excuse to be a shitty ass guardian for? Yeah, it's just so fucking stupid.
Are looking at this being like, this is the most insane thing of all time. They keep fucking texting me.
Bathing cats is unethical. Bathing cats is unethical? Well, if you're trying to delineate the amount of discomfort had between bathing a cat versus shocking a dog, I've not had any reason to believe that there are pain receptors that are that go off when a cat experiences hot, like warmish water. Obviously, we're notwithstanding, forcefully making the water too hot or too cold, especially for this like much more sensitive being. But if you just mean like all things held equal of like a normal bath or something like that, I don't see pain receptors going off. I think you can make a case about, mental agony being of relevance. I will say, this is the first time I've really thought about bathing cats. I've only ever bathed a cat in a situation where they've had like fleas. So obviously if it was of their best interest, or they were like, in extremely dirty conditions, and they were, I had some reason to believe that they were going to be a lot more uncomfortable with like the stickiness of their fur or something like that. Cats look traumatized. Well, they do perceive to be extremely uncomfortable. Yeah, I would absolutely grant that in most cases that's probably the truth. There's an obvious distinction that ought to be made between a cat that's bathed, to remove fleas, or there's something else of interest, like, again, like sticky fur or something like that, or I don't know, whatever the fuck, versus they can just bathe themselves and you're doing it just to make sure they're like extra squeaky clean, because that I understand is probably not worth the trade-off. Like, if I knew my severely mentally handicapped little brother didn't like baths, and he bathes himself, just like a cat with their tongue, or a dog, or all these other animals, and I just like them smelling really nice. I could probably see that. Funnily enough, I don't know what the situations are that a cat can start to like water or baths, but I did have a cat that loved fucking water. Like, it was the weirdest shit in the world. She would actually hear a faucet running and start to run up towards it. It's like the cutest fucking shit. Is weird as fuck. She'd put her head underwater forcefully and she'd love it. She would just like bathe in it herself. Like, so I've only, And even then, it should really only be a one-time like bath. Like if you just picked up a stray cat from the street and you know bring them inside. Yeah, I mean they're literally eating at your cat's fucking skin. They can give them infections. I can't tell you how many cats I've rescued that have torn up skin from it. It's way more discomfort you're preventing by giving a cat with fleas a bath. Especially if you can't afford flea treatment. But even if you can, you should always start with the bath, then give them the flea treatment, you know, appropriately, whatever time afterwards, and go from there. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, and you're Muslim. I am half like Pakistan Indian, but Muslim is a religion, is it not? I agree. I look like people who abide by a Muslim religion. That's what it looks like to have Middle Eastern blood, for sure. But where are we at? So yeah,
Being like, Dean's so cool did today. Wait, what did he say? I mean,
ew, we're going on to Dean now? No, fuck that.
whatever. It doesn't matter. It is what it is.
Side note, Hasan Abi wants fucking Dean Wither so badly. He's always like, get him! Shut the fuck up. Like, you guys are both retarded debaters. You guys are both ideological. And, you know, it's funny because he's a child, you're a grown-ass man. But, yeah, whenever I see or hear them together, I'm just like, they look like they're, like, older and younger brothers from a different family.
Yes. It's also crazy knowing how much fundraising and charity you've done for local animal shelters. I know.
Imagine how stupid of a position that is. Like, oh wow, okay. Hey, I heard these allegations about you beating your child. But you've offset the consequential impact that you've had on the minor amount of beating that you do to your kid. Because you give to orphanages. I'm so smart. You know, it's called a rights violation, dipshit. I don't care if Hasan gives money to shelters. If it's not a dilemma, then he can fuck right off, right? Like, why am I going to measure the utility of a situation to which it's not entailed to choose one or the other? We're at false dichotomy land 101. This is just brain dead. Hey, did you know it's better to eat at a restaurant that serves vegan options than even if they're not all vegan, than if you were to go to a non-vegan place? Yeah, probably. At least some money goes back into the Beyond Burger or the Impossible Burger. Okay, then what's the problem? But that doesn't mean it's a moral baseline. Why are we talking about somebody being worse? Or why are we talking about your impact being offset by something else that you do? It doesn't mean that you're not contributing towards something morally problematic simply because you avoided being as bad as something else. Or you've done something that was, even if it was actually good in another situation. Destiny should change his name to Denial. Denial. Yeah, oh my god. I have seen a few people come through on the we'll get to that in just a moment. I just want to finish up a few minutes of the Hasan stuff, but basically just a little snapshot. I did see some people respond on my behalf in favor of the debate that were non-ideological, and it was really refreshing to see, you know, some people come through. But I do take it as an admission by everybody's standards to who just calls me insufferable from our debate. I do take it to just be an admission that the party in question, obviously doesn't have an argument for anything against what I'm saying, is speaking overly generically and doesn't really have any sort of fucking clue of, you know, if I really did something wrong. They just want to tune out. Or what I really fear is that they see that exactly what the problem is. They heard it and they thought, fuck you for making me, you know, realize logical consequences of my view.
Well, like, what does that matter? I like how, by the way, remember I said that before. The reason why people love fundraisers is because it's like a quantifiable clout number and you can just hide behind.
So you asked, what does that matter? But you don't connect why it doesn't matter. if you want an articulate way to describe why it doesn't matter, Destiny, you would effectively say, if we appreciate deontic rights, it doesn't make it acceptable to do something wrong in one situation because you did something that increases utility of another situation. Hell, even if you saved another being's deontic rights, another being's life, but you violated somebody else's right to life, unless it was a moral dilemma of any given situation, like there was a mass shooter at a mall and he's going to kill approximately 50 people, or like the Las Vegas shooter. If the police could go back and say, we're going to aim towards the window, but there's like a woman outside of the balcony, like, you know, just like in the middle, just like rocking her child. I mean, and the police figure that they're going to either, it's the trolley problem, let the children, let the like 50 to 100 people die, or they could be willing, not discriminately attack the woman, but try to attack the shooter and allow it to be the case that, you know, if she perishes, that it was justified because it was necessarily her 1 or 2 lives versus the 50, 100 plus, right? But it doesn't make sense to justify organ harvesting and say, yeah, I'm going to violate one being's right to life and kill them to harvest their organ and save another. 1 person, 5 people, 10 people, even 100 is crazy. Now, in this situation, it's not even trying to save a life per se. It could be, right? But it's usually just a matter of trying to increase well-being and decrease suffering. So we'd have to get specific on what the claim that somebody is trying to make is of the situation. But it is really funny to think that even if we steelmanned and said, you know what, okay, it's not even just as trivial as like you're going to buy them more toys or you're gonna get them more food and water, which that contributes towards the Holocaust as well because it's going to be non-vegan pet food. But regardless, let's just say, okay, you're going to increase well-being, you're going to decrease suffering, and you're going to violate a being's right to not be tortured or put through, you know, pain constantly and confined to a small section of your room. Yeah, no.
You know, like, and it's funny too, because they'll say like you hide behind your canvassing efforts. I mean, like, I will bring up my canvassing efforts because I think it demonstrates a commitment that I have to a particular political cause. Of course, yeah.
Your canvassing efforts. So somebody's claiming that Destiny does this himself. Yeah, I mean, okay, this is again ideology, Destiny. If you can't delineate yourself from somebody that you're criticizing with regards to the triviality of the point it is that's ultimately being made to your own view, then you're literally the exact problem yourself. So in this case, if there was something somebody could point to that they said they didn't like about what you're doing, and you said it's okay, or you tried to establish that it's somehow justified because it somehow relates to your canvassing efforts, that's just your attempt to remove accountability because you either increase utility, right? Increase it well-being, decrease suffering, or even, let's even just say, you know, you save lives to some degree. That's absurd. If you don't have to do either, you're just giving bullshit so that you can create an excuse to do something that's wrong. So that's fucked up and you ought to be held accountable for that. It's just as dumb if you deploy that same idea. Don't know if that's exactly what's being analogized, but conditionally speaking, if that were to be the case, that you think there's any relevance to your canvassing efforts or anything that you do that's a moral good or anything like that, it's not going to make you morally relevantly distinct from Hasan if the complaint or the formula for the complaint is, I don't like when he does something that violates a being's rights, or just does something wrong. Let's even just say in respects to, I don't know, anything else, right? Because you do all this other good. Like, those are separate actions. And if it's not entailed that you have to choose between the two actions in question, someone's just going to ask, why the fuck wouldn't you keep doing the good thing and abandon the bad thing? Duh.
Yeah, what do you mean? Of course I'm going to bring this up as a positive. I think it's important. I think everybody should do it.
Well, it's not a problem if you bring something up as a positive. It's a problem if you bring something up as a positive as if it pertains to a justification.
And then on their side, you know, oh, we did a dono drive. Like, also, I like how
It's also crazy knowing how much fundraising and charity you've done for local animal shelters.
fundraising and charity you've done for local, that's not your money, little bro. You, the multi.
Even if Hasan did get, even just say he gave $50,000 to a fucking animal shelter. Guys, intuition pump. Hey, sometimes when my severely mentally handicapped little brother comes by, I put on my boots and I just fucking ground stomp the shit out of his knuckles. So, you know, but hey, don't criticize me. I've got a lot of money that I put into orphanages and or you know, mentally handicapped funds to take care of them. Like, what the fuck? That's not a justification. Did you listen to AY and RV's response to your debate? Is Destiny? Yes, and it's coming. My response is definitely coming. I don't want to get too much onto that. I want this more so to be about the normies' attempts of responding to the debate that I have with Destiny. But in short, I will summarize with that. It was I haven't watched it all, but I got through about half, and it's yeah, it's pretty bad. There's clearly a lot of tracking issues, and yeah, I'm disappointed. But for that and for other reasons as well, socially. But yeah, I mean, I think that that requires a more what do you call it? Not such a free-form response like this. I want to be cleaner. I want to have more of a written out response to you know, that's like more consolidated of all the material just so that people can track. Funnily enough, though, I will say on this point, just for the sake of the live stream, they seem to be basically the only people who had a difficult time understanding what was being said. So, you know, at first I actually was concerned that I wasn't well understood by like people in general. I don't see that there was any reason to believe that anybody thought that. And in fact, most people on their video showed and demonstrated that they did understand. And people on the original video of my debate and on Destiny's upload of it seemed to understand the general concept. Like when I would, and not just, oh, they said, oh, I do or don't like this guy. It was like they you know, they demonstrated, okay, well, it's not, you know, either something in regarding like trying to justify that it's not as trivial or conceding that it is trivial, but that it's not the trait. But no, I've seen numerous people articulate it. You were able to make us look like a complete fool. No, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think one of the biggest things, okay, now you got me baited. I think one of the biggest things is that, like I was told by somebody, and I think they've caused a lot of confusion. I don't know why they didn't just speak to me about it. They were originally supposed to have a debate review with me and Vegan Gains, and then they just kind of changed it over. But there was a concept somebody had of saying I needed to be more direct with regards to name the trait in the colloquial sense. And this wasn't an NTT debate in the traditional sense, straightforwardly, as, you know, Isaac or Avi would do it. It's one that began with a moral character regarding Destiny versus Trump and then went into NTT when Destiny felt like he could justify that his distinction given was not morally sufficiently similar to Trump. You know, this was a part of the anti-Trump tour, and so the debater's topic obviously had to be Trump-related. The cleverness behind the question is that, you know, it entails an answer in the typical sense as we understand NTT, but specifically as it helps to reconcile if Destiny could justify that the distinction he's naming was not morally sufficiently arbitrary to the kind of distinction Trump would name. Hence why I mentioned color and sex, ethnicity, etc. Species as a trait named is consistent with the level of triviality he himself, you know, wouldn't accept for mother-child separation, which is why he's not only inconsistent on the treatment of trait equalized beings in question. Failing to reconcile that means he's morally sufficiently similar to Trump by his own views, since he's giving justifications he himself doesn't accept for said separation. Nicholas, I was insufferable watching that. Right, I get that. Oh, Shadow, you're the fucking loser from years ago who tried naming crop debts and wanted to debate me. I remember you. Yeah, you were around when I was still friends with Carlos. Oh God. Yeah, I don't know why Avi ever entertained talking to you as if you're any sort of like reasonable intellectual. You were always just a clear troll. It was just always painful seeing you like write pages and pages of shit to me. But let's see what you have to say today. I don't think Avi had difficulty with what was being said. He's literally made statements demonstrating that during the video. Like right after I said something, he said something I didn't say, or something that was not reasonable to interpret what I meant. I had the same interpretation as him. Well, that's not unexpected given that you're a sophist. I mean, you're going to you're literally expected to take the most uncharitable interpretation or unreasonable or most unexpected version of a view in relation to a point rather than what one would reasonably into it. But again, from the sample size of everybody that I've asked, and I actually considered doing a poll at first, and then I went on to reading dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of comments, and even interacting with people privately. I have not seen people fail to track the idea, especially as it was elaborated throughout the debate. You weren't clear about what you were claiming in terms of morally relevantly similar. No, I was. I literally said the same sort of thing that you would be comfortable justifying. And I said that in multiple ways. Destiny for sure understood that when I gave the examples of Elizabeth Stanton, of Frederick Douglass. I demonstrated the idea by means of example, but I also said something that you wouldn't accept. Something that you would not accept, basically paraphrasing here, but basically something that you would not accept in the situation in question. But I mean, you could keep trying to make it sound as if it's like really difficult to understand. Again, that's true of you, perhaps. Thank you for sharing with the class. Well, Avi isn't wrong because I think the same. That's really smart logic, right? Vegan Gains has gone rogue. What do you mean by that, Humphrey? Gone rogue? What do you mean by gone rogue? I'm not up to date with what's going on.
Rogue against
Yeah, rogue in what? I don't know in what sense.
Curious.
What if you're wrong too, bro? That's always, common denominator. Like, I can't ever think about that one at present. Always possible. I'm sure my perspective is that I had the same problems. But it's not interesting, right? Because unless you have some sort of reason to point to that it ought be considered the norm, or this is the reasonable standard that one would appeal to, right? It's like when people say, this is a certain personal connotation I have. Okay. Is it a reasonable personal connotation to believe with regards to this meaning? And a person might say yes, and they might make the case well, or they don't. In this case, you're just saying, I just have the same interpretation. But if you actually go back and examine the words that I said and try to pinpoint how it's problematic, that would be a lot more useful than just saying that you had the same interpretation. I did what? I don't know if that was back when I was...
Yeah, that was back when you were like, oh, you're the same guy.
Oh, yeah, the soft was from like fucking 7 years ago. So you can't be confident...
I think he was probably asking about the crop dev part.
The crop dev. Goodness gracious. So you can't be confident that I don't think Avi had difficulty of what was being said then, huh? So what I got from this is that you had a problem with my character for reasons, and that I'm wrong because it was clear. So I got from this that you had a problem with my character for... I had a problem with your character... They're two separate points. This is what I mean by you being a sophist. I remembered that somebody from years ago who used to be a absolute dicksucker to the carnist community. That is to say, you would give anti-veganism a name in and of itself. You tried so hard to come into Isaac's server. He rejected you. Then you went on to me. Then after that, years and years go by. Isaac even advised me not to fuck with you because you're just a loser POS. And, I was like, no, I should engage. I mean, I really believe. And then he made a good point. He's like, some people are just not worth engaging with because they're bad faith. And, if you believe that somebody is not good faith, I mean, obviously you would just be wasting your time to interact with them. So, yeah, that doesn't mean I'm using that as my justification for why you're wrong about your perspective for how I was unclear in the debate. You see how I didn't say that, and literally anybody tracking this would not have thought that except for you? That's funny. You continually have really strange interpretations that make no fucking sense whatsoever, that just demonstrate this really passive aggressive, oh, you're wrong whenever I don't like you sort of shit. It just makes no sense. Reasons, and then I'm wrong because it was clear, and that you're wrong because it was clear. It's unclear what you're saying. If you're trying to say, just like reassert that there is something clear with regards to the criticism, again, you've been vague on that. I've not seen anything on it. Just an opener. If you wanted to get into the thick of it, it would take time. It really shouldn't take that much time to say this is the phrase you said and it wasn't really understood. But UG is like a wild animal acting alone. Glad he's on the vegan team, if you know what I mean. Oh, okay. When you said he's gone rogue, I thought you meant in regards to, like, you know, like associating himself with, like, I don't know, fucking name the trait, or huh?
Like a broader view.
Yeah, or like the community. I really wouldn't have a problem either way, you know, on, I mean, I would with name the trait, but I would say, like, you know, these inner communities, because there's all sorts of reasons not to interact with certain people. You know, so I didn't remember you. Did I ever talk to you before? Okay, yeah, you're the big shot. Let me tell you. Okay, bro, you still have a fucking 100 subscribers after like 10 years. Shut the fuck up, dog. You're absolutely a nothing. And I saw your friend request on Discord, by the way. I ignored the shit out of it exactly for this sort of reasoning. But, you know, keep acting like the person who talked to one of the world's most famous streamers is the guy that's really forgetful, from a perspective of somebody who sounds like he literally jerks off to Diary of a Wimpy Kid before he goes to sleep at night, because that's tantamount to drinking a warm glass of milk for you. You're absolutely fucking trash. I cannot tell you enough, Shadow. So yeah, you're just fuck off. Ignoring the underlying argument, the evolution talk you had with Destiny triggered me. Evolution? What do you mean by evolution? I don't know what you mean by evolution. I don't believe we spoke about the concept of human evolution. You might have interpreted something as being related to evolution, but we didn't talk about evolution by itself. If you want to elaborate, you're free to. I didn't say it was huge. I just don't remember you. Right, but that's the implication you were trying to give off. This is the last message Shadow wrote, if you guys are just coming in. I didn't say I was huge. I'm just saying I don't remember you. Okay, what's that relevant towards, right? Like, do you think if somebody says that they remember you, that, you know, you're gonna make any sort of rhetorical ground back by being like, well, I don't remember you? I mean, dude, you absolutely fucking remember me. You tried die hard to get into a debate with me like 7 years ago. It's like 2018, 2019. I remember for like, it was like a year going on. Like you were trying hard to get into Isaac server, to talk to anybody. You just wanted to get the one up on fucking the concept of animal rights, but you have the mindset of somebody who's just anti-vegan. So unless you're being exposed for that, then it's really not worth, you know, talking about you or interacting with you. Yeah, some people just literally make it their entire being to try to spread nonsense because they have underlying biases, like, you know, they're really bored in life. They don't have anything going for them. They don't have purpose. Power struggles are a really big thing as well. But, you know, these sort of vague sorts of ideas of like trying to find problems with what's said, I mean, yeah, it's just unacceptably cringe. Yeah. But yeah, Crimson, you're welcome to elaborate on the evolution talk. I don't know what's meant
Crimson
by.
always comes back to have some shit to say.
I know. We'll see if it's actually gonna have any content now. I take it that it's not, but hide user on this channel. There we go. This will be hidden. Yeah, Just had to remove the sophist. I have no idea what intrigued Avi to ever associate with Shadow. It always weirds me out when I see people that are deemed as intellectuals talk to really, really bad faith in interlocutors. Because the obvious idea is that the person is stupid when they just have so much dumb shit to say or have said so much dumb shit to say. And the usual justification is no, they're capable of reasoning well. Well, what does it matter to be capable of reasoning well if you don't reach the right conclusions, right? Like if your bias, like, yeah, that assumes that what I mean when I say that somebody's dumb is that they literally are mentally handicapped. No, you can have the tools to apply how to figure out your correct preferences. And if you don't deploy them because the block in question is the quote unquote bias, I mean, that is dumb, right? Like your reason, your way to be a bad reasoner is literally driven out of motivated reasoning. I mean, it's just entirely ridiculous. So whether or not you want to call it like motivated reasoning or, you know, the person's dumb or whatever, you see somebody continually reach terrible conclusions that just don't make any fucking sense or would make them scummy to believe it, and you associate with them regardless. I mean, I don't see the appeal. I have no idea. I really just I can't tell you.
Millionaire, the Desi millionaire, are getting your audience members to donate. Like what? Like, bro.
I know. It's really sad.
I mean, I wouldn't want to discredit from the idea of rallying support for one party to funnel, you know, means or resources for another. Like that can be useful. The problem, like, I mean, using your clout, right? You only have so much of it. You only have so much, you know, energy. And so to give a shout out, like, I mean, or to get somebody to put, you know, valuable fucking funds into a cause, I'm seeing pretty like unfair characteristics of the value behind that from Destiny here, because I just don't think we would call that you know, useless or like belittle it to this degree in that sort of context. Don't get me wrong, it makes it sound as if he is giving directly, and there is a big distinction there, but I just don't want to make it sound as if it's like fucking useless. So, you know,
Because even streamers I thought you were friends with are saying you.
No.
iDubbbz defends Hasanabi in Collargate. Yeah, this is the least surprising thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
No.
what the fuck is a vibration collar? Is that to give your dog a massage? Is that what? Is the
It's the opposite. You're a good girl, so you get massaged.
yeah. Is this what millionaires have to their dog? They're like, no, it's actually a vibration pad to increase their well-being. What is a vibration collar? No, like, look, there's an insane amount of evidence that he was abusing Kaya. Just in short, to make it very concise, like, he didn't turn around and showed surprise when she yelped. The amount of coincidence that she would have heard herself at the exact same time that Hasan picked up a sort of instrument or device and looked over towards him on his desk is insane. The fact that he put tape on the exact part where the prongs would be on the device. The idea that he's admitted to owning a shock collar. The idea that he's defended the use of it. The idea that he got in the defensive when people talked about how, you know, he was abusing Kaya in that very situation when the infamous clip started circulating. Instead of, you know, showing her more love or speaking gently to her as if that's his baby, and he really cares about her. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. But if, again, we wouldn't even be batting an eye if this were the trade equalized human context. People would be like, what in the actual fuck? Of course you fucking abused that human. Like, of course you abused Bree. What are you talking about? Like, the chances that you didn't are so vastly low. The safest inferential place to be at is literally one that says you're abusing your in this case dog, but you're abusing that being. Destiny is a bit of a knucklehead. Yeah, it's funny, like the respect that, so we sort of spoke about, like, just a moment ago, like, why would you associate with Shadow, right? And he's like a nobody. um I can understand at least the appeal behind people that are considered to be intellectuals talking to Destiny, because it's, or sorry, like associating with Destiny, or still not calling him out on all these logical issues, because the incentive is like, you don't want to be on bad terms with him given all the social connections he has. He has a lot of money, maybe in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, if you become more of a guest on his show, or you associate with yourself with him more, you might get the same thing. You might get just more money, attention, fame, desirable, positive attributes, right? But you know, there's that's the subject matter of what you might be interested in. Then there's a question of if that's really worth, what you would be genuinely, if that's something you ought to be interested in exchanging for the truth and calling this person out. And I'm just willing to call out anybody that I see as being incorrect on a matter as it stands, and that's how we should be. We should be, you know, evaluating situations stance dependently, not just from the agent where it comes from. If, point by analogy, if you found out your wife was trying to justify, just like running over people in the street, like, are you gonna go, oh well, I have an incentive to sleep with her tonight, or are you gonna go, what the fuck? Obviously, yes, you have reason to believe you're going to be caught, so you'll probably sooner do so out of an abundance of a concern that you are going to be associated with that individual in a negative light, but provided that that could be factored out, and this was socially contained, would you really say that the concept of the action itself wouldn't deserve to be called out for by itself, right? Like, minor social changes would be had, obviously, given how much you have virtue towards somebody. But that really doesn't change whether or not that person ought be called out, that moral agent ought be called out on the matter in question. And that's what I don't like to see. I hate to see people not called out on bullshit because they feel like they want to keep a door open. And I will not respect that. But yeah.
No, it wasn't confirmed Hill Kid. It was confirmed that it was a fuck.
Well, when you say it wasn't confirmed, that's not interesting. What's interesting is if the standard of evidence that you're operating by is that to which you would operate by in the trade equal as human context. Like, are you literally going to say this is like a court case that abides only by technicalities rather than the reality of what's known to us as evidence, right? So it would be like saying it's not evidence to use the facts of whether or not he taped the prongs, or the facts of whether or not he said that he owned a shock collar, and A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, D, so on and so forth. Are you going to claim that those elements are not relevant towards the determination of figuring out a certain fact, simply because, legally speaking, we might have such a high threshold that there is a sort of concern that, oh, well, we've not got cops, like an independent party, to come in and strip off the back of the tape and see where it says this brand. Like, I mean, no fucking shit. Like, I mean, if that's going to be your bar, that's just that's absurd. And I would ask you to, see if you're that consistent on all other forms of evidence with regards to when you watch videos. Like, oh, somebody shoots somebody else. Like, okay, I mean, you claim that it was a person taking out, a gun, but how do I know it wasn't that person being sniped on from the side? Like, it just seems like far too much skepticism being applied. Did you see that Sam Harris stated with boldface in a podcast just the other day that he wasn't sure you can be healthy on a vegan diet? Christ, it is 2025 already. No, I saw a clip. It was like when I was just like on YouTube, and it said something like Sam Harris vegan, and I was like, I didn't even know how old it was. No, I've not gotten to that. If I have time during the stream, I'll definitely do that. I've got to take a break in like about an hour for just like 20 minutes, and then I'll be back on for another like hour or two. But Anyways, yeah, no, I find that hilarious. No, um, the health. So I'll just say this quickly on the health concept. Dennis on the other chat said, imagine if I put a shock collar on my piggy boy and filmed using it. What would people say about that? I wonder. Yeah, exactly. What would people say about that? Would they be skeptical with regards to whether or not it's immoral? Would they be quick to say that that's wrong? Yeah, I mean, God, the sort of bad faith that brings out within people is just absurd. It's just disgusting. But I'm sorry. So Humphrey, with regards to the health claim, I'm always bothered by the idea that in a world where we are dealing with a global Holocaust, the blaringly strongest moral issue is the fact that animals are being holocausted for food. Okay? To the point where Carnists can't justify it with any sort of morally relevant symmetry breaker or breakers that they would accept in the trade equalized human context by their own view, whenever you ask them. Okay? Now, that then means the context of any conversation ought be prioritized as a philosophical one. That's not to say that if it's a science-based debate, it doesn't have value. It absolutely can, and it should be. That's not to say that if you're just making educational, scientific, vegan content, that's not valuable. That absolutely is. What that's to say is that if you're in a debate, and two things, and you have to choose either philosophy or science because somebody makes this claim, and you don't make the philosophical one, that's the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Clearly, why? Because here's why. Even if I were to grant that in the trait equalized human context, the health claim that's being made is something that would be true of, let's just say it's starting to get bone issues. Let's just take a random health claim that somebody might say about veganism, because they say vitamin D, though. Okay. If that's the health claim being made, if you were to ask somebody that, if you were to grant that, not that it's true, and you obviously should not fucking grant it if you don't have evidence to believe it, so on and so forth. But the funniest shit ever, and really evil part, is that if you were to grant that it was true, and say, okay, in the trade equalized human context, what if not eating humans gave you bone problems? Would you eat humans? And people are to go, fuck no, right? Because obviously that justifies organ harvesting. That's a rights violation. Why the fuck would you entertain that it's of any relevance to the philosophical discussion? If we're having a philosophy fucking conversation, debate, whatever, why the hell would you ever make it about health as a priority? You see that it's not relevant with regards to the concept of your answer changing. It wouldn't change that you'd still value human rights. So if it doesn't change the fact of whether or not you'd value the humans' rights, why would it change the animals' rights? It's really not so fucking hard. It amazes me. So even if you can defend the scientific claims, unless you've landed the point philosophically, I don't even think it's a good idea to veer off and defend the scientific portion of it. Remember, we're assuming a conversation or debate or otherwise. If you have not made the philosophical point, and if you've not hammered it in, right, to make it clear about the health concept not being a priority. But if you've done all that, then you can do what I would call brownie points and be like, okay, show that that's bogus. Absolutely, like you said, it's 2025. What the fuck are you talking about? So on and so forth. But we just, it's, I look at it as the same sort of problem vegans have when dealing with crop debts. It's tangential to figuring out whether or not we ought to value animals' rights. Right? Because if we've not established two things, one, that if we granted said health claim, which I'm sure they're not really sure is true, it's usually a very, 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 very weak claim. Like, it's almost always substantiated. Like, they just say unhealthy, and that's not what does that mean. You get osteoporosis 30 years early? Does that mean you fucking fall down the stairs when you just look at them, and then your body like starts to tumble forward like a fucking vortex? Does that mean, like, what does it mean, right? Provided they clarify it, they name the pseudo anti-vegan doctor or anti-vegan in general names the thing in question. They've got the balls. They muster it up. They say it online. They're ready to be embarrassed by the world. They say you're going to get osteoporosis 30 years early. Like, let's just take that. Okay. Or you're going to go, let's even say you're going to go blind. Okay. You're going to die 5, 10, 15 years early. Okay. Grant all that shit. Put all those health claims in a blender and say that's true if you don't kill humans for food. Like, number one, we wouldn't accept that in the human context. But number two, there's a point of, say that were to be a claim that would be true if you were to not necessarily be vegan, but if you were to, it just is harder, right? Like Cosmic Skeptic says, I can be vegan, but it's just harder, okay? Would you be okay then with the level of difficulty increasing is the new concept at play? And if the level of difficulty is not that to which you would accept with regards to the human context, it's going to be the same exact problem in the trade equalized, you guessed it, human context for animals, which is just to say what animals are. Like, I mean, it's just so fucking stupid. So, you know, we just have to remember, it doesn't say whether or not somebody shouldn't value animal rights if there was a dilemma that was posed to us, whether or not that's crop deaths, whether or not that's health. And it wouldn't tell us that the answer, no shit, separately, would be that we just kill these beings. We would sooner come up with other solutions. Would we, oh my God, do we synthesize the enzymes that are required in order to survive so we're not violating rights? But notice how that's never the fucking case. Instead, the egotistical prick loves to, that is representing the health-based position, just loves to go, that's why veganism is stupid. They're not, like, proof that they don't give a fuck about what the implications are of evaluating it into morally relevantly, consistently, or to a logically consistent degree on the trade equalized beings. They don't say, but it's really sad that we have to kill the pigs. They don't say, but it's really sad that we have to kill the cows. Almost always. Now, obviously, if they do, then they're just making a bogus health claim. They're still not expressing enough hesitancy with regards to the point to put the brakes on it and say, okay, that's fucked, so on and so forth. But this is the name of the podcast Harris was on. Oh, cool, thanks. Josh subs. Sam is probably now working for the Glitterati? I'm so sorry. I have no idea what that is. The Glitterati. But that sounds really funny.
Fucking
I'll definitely look that up.
Vibration
in some time coming up here.
collar.
It wasn't confirmed.
The dog had a vibration collar. Not even, it was a fucking, no, it wasn't confirmed Hill Kid. It was confirmed that it was a fucking vibration collar.
Yeah, that's very interesting. By the way, talking about the concept of proving claims and burdens, he says it was not confirmed about the thing that's problematic, and it was confirmed of the thing that's not problematic. That's really suspicious that you have not only reason to believe, no reason to believe what seems to be against what you wouldn't want to believe, but what you want to believe is also happens to be confirmed. So that's a burden you're going to have to show. And you also have the burden to show that something would have to be, or what is meant by confirmed in the first place. Glitterati, the fashionable set of people engaged in show business, some of their glamorous activity. Oh, okay. It's kind of like what the dude said on my Instagram the other day of like, you know, it must be really fun to, you know, act like you have compassion for, you know, for any of these topics, or to give a shit when you're making millions of dollars online. And then, you know, you get roasted on, you get put on the spot for your evil view, and you don't have any justification. Whereas if you were a good faith interlocutor, you should have just conceded. Yeah.
Collar.
It wasn't
The
confirmed.
dog had a vibration collar. Not even that he used.
The amount of passion within Destiny is hilarious. I actually memed on him, by the way. He had a post saying, he had two posts. He had one post saying, oh my god, I would assume if a dog didn't move around as much as Kaya's not moving around, that they're either very, 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 very old or dead. And I was like, well, the good news is they're confirmed to not be Homo sapiens, so the beep detector won't go off. I mean, if that's the trait that derives moral consideration, he's obviously going to have to name a new trait. I actually did want to talk about, you know, like the moral relevant distinction he would try to make between dogs and, you know, animals that he holocausts for food. But I didn't want to get sidetracked into a conversation about external value, especially when the priority was that he couldn't reconcile what the trait was, right? Like, he tried saying it was Homo sapien, but whenever he was given the reductio, he didn't want to sign off on it. So, you know, he didn't really commit to that in the first place. But I could have absolutely seen, like, a good faith interlocutor having a conversation and it quickly going in the direction of talking about if external value ought be valued. The other post that Destiny had, what was it? Oh, shit. I have to see. He was talking about... let me check it out. It was too fucking funny. Oh. It was, it's funny to read stuff like this and agree with it for exactly the opposite reason intended by the author. Destiny said that in response to someone saying, the Hasan dog color stuff is blowing my mind. I've never seen so many people so immediately and unanimously act this insane and conspiratorial about a stream clip. And so Destiny obviously is trying to signal that it's a valid concern to care about at least, you know, a form of animal rights. So I said what many of his audience members said to me about the Trump debate. God, I'm so sick of these political figures trying to turn everything into animal rights. Because, you know, it's really a bothersome idea that somebody would come up and talk about something that far exceeds the disutility and rights violations, even culminatively, of all fucking politics combined. Okay, even abortion, if you wanted to go there. And you were to say I have a pro-life position. So yeah, it's crazy.
Used it. That's just what the dog has. Collar. Not even that he used vibration collar.
It wasn't confirmed.
The dog had a vibration collar. Not even that he used it. That's just what the dog has.
Also, it doesn't
Not that he even used a vibration
matter if it was a shock collar or a vibration collar, or even if he had no collar. Just it's the fact that Hasan is issuing punishment, corrections to his dog.
Now he's moving the goalpost to issuing punishment, even if it's vibration and not even shock, which, don't get me wrong, the concept, but yesterday, Destiny, you were just saying that punishment is not, remember? He was saying, I'm looking towards my wife for some sanity here. Like, we were just talking about the other day how, Destiny was saying on yesterday's live stream
He
that
said discipline for big dogs is needed.
right, but he said with regards to the concept of punishment that something is not punishment if it is effectively for like some sort of good intention, right? So for example, he was like, oh, if you try to stop a dog from being like really dangerous, then, you know, like it's not really punishment. And it's like, it can be punishment because if punishment is defined as that to which is not within the being's best interest in question, right? And so obviously if you're not expressing alternative means to prevent, like I said earlier at the beginning of the live stream, to prevent a dog from being from endangering others, and you act like your only alternative is to give them a shock collar, that would still be punishment because it's not something that would be within their best interest, since you had other ideas at play. For example, if my cat would die if they don't get drained of like a buildup of fluid in their stomach, and I take them to the vet, that's the only option, or it's the most viable practical option to make sure that they continue surviving. Obviously, my cat, if they could understand, would want to survive. No shit, the most reasonable option is to allow that pain, right? It might even be greater than what goes through with the shock collar, to save their life. Simple, right? Who would not understand something like that? And so, no shit, that's not punishment, because the morally relevant symmetry breaker right? The thing that would differ your attitude is that to which gives the being in question, you know, a difference of consideration because there was no other opportunity. There was no other option to save your cat, or it was rather the best option to do so. Oh, it's just the best option to save. Fine, it's not the only option for my dog, but like what you just said, it's the best option. Why the fuck would I think it's the best option? It causes them physical and mental pain. In no fucking world is that going to be the best option. Like, oh yeah, separation comes to mind. Yeah, now your cat can't be with your dog. Now your big dog can't be with the little dog. Like, whatever the fuck. I mean, why would risking the other dog's life or constantly trying to monitor your dog to deliver pain to them and physical and mental anguish ever be something that you would be satisfied with? No.
For daring to move out of frame.
That almost sounds like you have a conceptual issue with like moving out of frame. I think it's really reducible to probably what you're trying to say is that the dog is moving within a reasonable set of confines. There was somebody who I think I hear like a number of people point to that, like it's like she's moving in a mansion and she lives in a mansion, but like what people simultaneously say as well is that the dog is not taken out enough. Like I hear that as well, and so it doesn't really make much sense to me because if a dog is not going out for a walk enough, and the dog at least could walk around in a mansion, the mansion walking around basically substitutes the amount of freedom they would have by if their owner was responsible, their companion was responsible and took them out for walks regularly, right? So it's like, I don't even think that that's a benefit for the dog if it's just a substitute for the sort of things that we would say acts as a baseline for what that dog ought to have. So, like, even just saying, like, oh, I mean, if the dog walks around the mansion, I mean, if he doesn't take his dog out, walking around the mansion would probably, and then, let's say the backyard, probably just substitute the fact that he's being neglected by not going out, by not going outside. It would, like, neutralize the neglect insofar as it's, like, he has just as much walking he can do. So, I don't know why that would ever be touted as if that's any sort of benefit. Like, you don't have to put down Kaya in order to, talk about the animals' plights. Cows, chickens, pigs, so on and so forth.
That's just what the dog has.
But it is a shot collar as well.
Oh, thank you so much, Known Risk. Known Risk says, sometimes I worry about being online too much, but looking at all of this shit and realizing I never felt the need to have a parasocial online nemesis tells me I'm probably okay. Thanks for acting like a normal dude, Ian. Known Risk, it's fucking hard. I'm not social online nemesis tells me I'm probably okay. Thanks for acting like a normal dude, Ian. Known Risk, it's fucking hard. I'm trying, but again, by engaging in it, you are automatically not being a
Wait, what?
of this shit and realizing I never felt the need to have a parasocial online nemesis tells me I'm probably okay. Thanks for acting like a normal dude, Ian. Known Risk, it's fucking hard.
Yeah, so if people are trying to get out of the idea that you can criticize or that your goal is to criticize the wrongness of the actions, and especially to try to spread awareness about that, and you're simply using the other party as a vessel to do that, and they call that an online arch nemesis, whereas that party may just continually do fucked up shit, I don't see what the problem is. Like, do you just hate the idea of predicting that I'm going to talk about a certain party? Do you find what seems by your standards to be repetitive material to be that to which ought not be, engaged with? I really don't understand what the proclaimed issue is. If it's something to any of those effects, it's just the dumbest shit in the world. As long as the party in question doesn't seem to be trying to hound somebody that's online or otherwise that they don't like for very trivial reasons, then I don't have a problem with how much or how little they go after them. I mean, somebody can do so much wrong, so much evil. I know people complain about like individuals that go after Trump all the time, right? Trump, Destiny did. Sorry, I can't make the morally relevant distinction after our debate. But I know that like Destiny just did the anti-Trump tour. I don't know if he has any more left. I know Parker and Dean talk about all the time. Look, if you want to go after very large public figures that you believe are doing a lot of wrong, first of all, spell out the issues, and then to counter what potential issues you could try to say exist, as I just laid out, do you have a problem with repetitive behavior? Do you have a problem just with hearing certain words a lot? Like, what is the idea? And then to talk about benefits of it, I can only see are the audience they have will be affected by it or invested in it and potentially be persuaded off of it. Even if we're talking about neutral parties, you're still making a point against, for or against, what it is the party in question, what you're saying against the party in question. So it only seems to be beneficial, right? I mean, I only see benefits to it. I really don't see the problem.
I'm trying, but again, by engaging in it, you are automatically not being a very normal person.
You're not being a normal person. Well, normal seems to be a euphemism. I hate all this vague language. Normal seems to be a euphemism for that to which is undesirable. You're automatically not being normal. Well, if normal people don't engage with things they ought to engage with, why would I care? If it doesn't create an ought, why would my oughts be derived from what people typically do? Would Trump going vegan be good for the movement? Well, it's funny you mentioned that because literally after the debate I had with Destiny, it was like, was the day after it, I thought about what if people were like, oh, I mean, if Destiny goes vegan, like, would you have a problem with him anymore? Well, yeah, I mean, virtuistically, he's disgusting, and he spent 10 years of his life being an anti-vegan. I don't think that really makes up for it. I think that stops further rights violations from continuing to some degree, or reverses it for the influence that he has. I think that then increases utility, right? It decreases suffering and increases well-being. But just like what I would think with regards to Trump, because another thought I had was, what if someone were to say, if Trump was vegan, would that have destroyed your point? Well, it wouldn't have been an example. Funnily enough, it actually wouldn't have, because technically speaking, we're talking about mother-child separation from from Destiny's view of him not liking mothers and children being stripped away. And if the triviality of his reasoning would be as trivial as what Trump would say, right? So, if he would say something like, if Destiny were to stand by the trait species, then if he wouldn't actually stand or say that he stood by species, but he wouldn't accept that, then it's not a morally relevant distinction between himself and Trump. And if it's not if it is something he'd stand by, I'm sure that other people looking at him would say, okay, I mean, we could have said about the 1850s. We could have said that during the 1920s. We could have said that during, World War II for women, blacks, or Jews, and said if your consciousness were to be switched over and you were to just go, one excuse was the hypothetical denial, and that was funny. But the main excuse just being, oh, well, it just doesn't seem trivial to me. I really think that's because you're probably trying not to sit with the throttle of the reductio. But anyways, if you were to say that it's just not trivial, anybody who would appreciate how painstaking the level of triviality is with regards to those situations, it doesn't have to be equal. It just needs to be sufficiently trivial as you would expect of those situations to be true of it. And so coming back now to your point, right? If you were to say, Humphrey, that Trump were to go vegan, would it be good for the movement? I actually don't know, right? I think it would be good for, if the movement as it stands probably wants, it depends on what this means. So if you mean what the movement wants as a whole, they probably want more utility, less disutility, and less rights violations. But what they don't think about is whether or not that would be had from just somebody going vegan versus whether or not that party in question would create independent thinkers who would have a morally strong enough reason to believe the framework in question. And so I would worry that just like how if Destiny were to have his audience go vegan because of an ideological notion, that they're going vegan not just for some virtue of the wrong reasons, but that it doesn't create stability within the concept of them going, believing in animal rights. And so it's not something to which, one, I'm sure even cashes out as vegan because of whether or not that's even interpreted as people having, let's say an avoidance of pet food, an avoidance of organic, an avoidance of these other contributions to the Holocaust. But even if we just took it in the colloquial sense, I'm not led to believe that would lead to any sort of consistency. Because if you ask somebody, why do you do this thing? And they can't really reconcile it, but they don't want to admit it, or they do remember that it was when they were inspired from Destiny going vegan, then it doesn't create a good foundation. I know the typical response is that's just a gateway to have you be more likely to watch Dominion, so on and so forth. But it's not to, but there's a further problem, because what I'm not saying is that somebody can't watch Dominion or understand Name the Trait after that to start to create a foundational imperative to believe in animal rights. What I'm saying is that somebody attempting to do so is not expected off the basis that they just watched or saw somebody else go vegan and started to copy their behavior. If it's not required to do of the thing in question, we should not expect it as a default. And even if it were practically speaking something that a lot of people were doing, it still wouldn't be necessarily the main motivation. And so I think we should just behave like we would with regards to human rights, instead of just hoping that if you take this class on let's say history, that you'll kind of understand why some morals are wrong. Let's make it clear about deontic rights. Let's make it clear about, whether or not you ought to appreciate these rights, or how to think about this with regards to human rights. Those things are embedded enough within society for us to not have to teach to large degrees. But it is important to think about the idea that people trying to justify the reason behind somebody doing something, acting as a catalyst, would need to be so strongly proven to be tied into somebody increasing their foundation that it would just funnel into the other idea. For example, this is why I incorporate Name the Trait in my music, because music can connect with a lot of people. It's fun, it's quick, so on and so forth. But I ask people to name the trait, or I get them to think about the logical consequences of certain objections you can give to veganism, or, so on and so forth. And so it's like, we really shouldn't ever abandon the core logic. We should just figure out how to intertwine it. And so if that's just a euphemism for saying that Trump would intertwine, his logic and he would teach his followers like something as reworded as Frederick Douglass or Elizabeth Stanton would have said, then yeah, I could rally behind the shit out of that point. If he were to say tomorrow, look, I'm just telling you, I don't see a morally relevant distinction between a cow and a baby child. Okay, if you think you can name the trait, he doesn't have to say it as in regards to, name the trait, but as long as, again, these other people I'm referencing throughout history said it in different ways. They said the triviality with regards to this point. They said, this is just the same idea as this other idea, just a different flavor. They all have their own different ways of saying it, but it came back around to the same fundamental notion. That's why I love to remind people that Isaac Brown did not create the logic of Name the Trait. He just created the articulation behind what we know as Name the Trait. Low vegan Trump. Yeah, right? The orange man in a green suit. Philosophy and music. Love that. Thank you, Theo. Good stuff, man. You bring about a new genre, deeper than the woke rap out there. Oh, God, I know. And it's funny because, this guy over here is listening to Kendrick Lamar, which is just it's just basic, bitch. Good answer. Probably not going to happen anytime soon, though, in either case. Yeah, no, for sure. I do see a lot of good opportunities for people going vegan, even if they're highly hated, or even if so on and so forth, just because that opportunity of spreading awareness does give people like me, who currently have a much smaller platform, an ability to piggyback off of it. But negative connotations aside, it doesn't matter whether or not somebody, uses higher famous people to their advantage. It just matters whether or not, the point is being relayed through a more effective means. So hopefully that will happen. Work on the Trump impersonation, though.
Work on it. It's good.
I definitely am better whenever I do a live look at the party in question. And I haven't practiced in a few days. But let's see. Donald Trump being Donald Trump.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
Puerto Rico. Well, Donald Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, in Springfield, they're eating the dog.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Yeah, I know, you got to do the little pushback of the head. It is not bad. Thank you. No, yeah, but whatchamacallit. I will tell a really quick story. It's super fun. I will tell a really quick story, though. When I went to the vegan camp out last year, there was a guy that said, thank you, Humphrey. There was a guy that said, this might sound like a bit of a stretch, but what is it? JD Vance's wife is vegetarian. So if Trump is elected, maybe we'll have more animal rights. What? I can't tell you, I'm my brain is so stimulated right now of all the analogies. I literally can't consciously pick one. Holy shit, that's like my friend's cousin's uncle's wife's cat's goldfish once sniffed a particle that fell on Ed Sheeran's mom's head. So I kind of know Ed Sheeran. It's like, what sort of egalitarian herring is this? Oh my god, what? There is no fucking or rather, so maybe I'll shake his hand in the future because our particles are connected is the correct an end point of the analogy. What the fuck are you talking about? There is no fucking reason to think what it is that you're espousing. If Vance's wife was vegetarian, we have no idea if it's ethically related. Even if we granted that it was, there's no reason to believe that her beliefs are going to have any sort of reasonable impact with regards to Vance. Even if you did, there's no reason to believe that the ethical impact that it has on him wouldn't just be viewed as a moral good and would then somehow move on to politics. And furthermore, that whatever influence it would have wouldn't just be a feel-good, hopeful concept with regards to what you'd like to see. Even if Vance had a whole vote, basically, in regards to a certain position, it takes a lot more than that. Or general influence of hey, let's do this thing. And by the way, there's competing interests. The idea that the right is generally in favor of which that doesn't mean to say that I'm highly in favor of the left. I think they have a lot of stupid ass beliefs as well, but the idea that the right is gonna be in favor of animal rights is insane. Let's talk about how they love their farmers, which is just animal abuse central 101. I mean, fucking hell, you're going backwards on animal rights automatically with regards to that front. But number two, with regards to slaughter processing facilities, right? They murder animals at a faster rate under Trump's administration because of a bill that he passed. What was it? It was let's look it up. Trump slaughter processing policy. Trump administration, this is March 17th, aims to make faster dead animal processing permanent. The Trump administration sent Monday it plans to permanently allow U.S. dead chicken and dead pig processing plants to operate these murderous facilities more quickly, raising concerns among advocacy groups about worker health and safety, because, it's all about the people that are doing the murder, not the victims of the murder itself. That's always important. However, it adds to health concerns about slaughterhouse workers who often perform repetitive tasks with sharp knives and toil in extreme heat or cold. Oh, I'm so sorry. What about all the Nazis that are in the cold or the heat? Shut the fuck up. USDA will start a process to make permanent higher speeds that allow some facilities under waivers. According to a statement, dead chicken plants with waivers can can holocaust up to 175 innocent fucking trait equalized equivalent to severely mentally handicapped humans per minute, compared to a previous limit of 140. So we're increasing literally how many rights violations and how much disutility we have under Trump's administration. But remember, Avi will tell you that somehow when somebody asked him if animal rights would be more or less under one administration than the other, that it's not clear that Trump's administration would be less in favor of animal rights. I mean, between this and farmers being favored more so under Trump's or a right-leaning administration, I don't know which. Case in point, turns out to be this. It's just obvious. The agency will also extend waivers allowing facilities to meet demand without excessive government interference. Yeah, no government interference over, the victim's oversight. Disgustingly sad, broken heart. Yeah, thank you, Lavi. Yeah, so, but let's finish up this segment because I've got to get out of here in a little bit, and then I'll come back.
No, it wasn't confirmed.
You did like a whole ass video on this, right? A whole content cop on this.
Horror situation. How
did the Lycan guy you used to work with get to the point where you ended up simping for these guys like Hasan? Once you're on like the tanky team, you have to defend everything. It's just I'm not just saying this to be mean. It is like the MAGA.
He's literally taking my point. It's just like MAGA. It's just like MAGA. Like, they defend everything that they do. That's what your audience did live during the debate. That's what they're doing now afterwards when they attack me in the fucking comment sections. Whether it's my comment section, your comment section. Oh, he's insufferable. No argument. Oh, he's insufferable. Literally doesn't engage with the fact that they support a global Holocaust. Doesn't talk about how your answer to the beep detector is fucking absurd. Doesn't talk about how you haven't named the trait. Doesn't talk about how you're morally relevantly distinct from Trump because they don't want to engage with whether or not species as a trait is as trivial as what we would expect from the context that somebody would name for mother-child separation if it were sex, if it were color, if it were so on and so forth. You haunted him cold. Hey, thank you from Rouse. I appreciate that. You OG right there. Thank you.
Equivalent. Like, it's a MAGA mirror movement. It's the same playbook.
And I'm not saying he's never said this before. I know I've heard him say this before, of course. I do believe it is fresher on his mind and it's haunting him, though.
It's the same response essentially to every single bad event. It's the same rewriting of reality. It's everything is the exact
Tell me more.
same.
Tell me more. Tell me more. I need to know more. Keep going. Preach. A little larger for the people in the back. Oh, man.
I like that.
Meaning my cats, by the way, because they're waiting for you to, talk more about how ideology doesn't justify killing beings that if their consciousness was uploaded inside of a cow, you'd be okay with killing. Which, by the way, are you okay with that with your cat? What about a dog?
Evil podcast show host and take his place as the new host.
They're making people.
Yeah, he was on politics from there, but yeah. So I mean, holy shit, I can't tell you how much it makes me laugh at how hilarious it is to see Destiny take such consideration for dog rights. I don't think I mentioned this publicly. I don't think I had to yet. I'm not sure. Maybe I said in my my thoughts about the debate with Destiny stream, but the day before our debate, he was talking about how he got really, really emotionally invigorated when he was talking about, like, and he gave an example of a dog being raped. And he was like, he was upset about it. He was like, come on, you're not going to let somebody rape your dog, right? And it's like, but there's a morally relevant distinction with regards to a dog and a cow. This is fucking stupid.
You're the same.
So, with that said, let's get on to responding to a few comments, because that I find absolutely hilarious with regards to what's being said so far. So, where do I begin? Oh, Jesus. You know what? Let's just go to the video itself, and then we'll be on the comment section in question. So, somebody was talking about how they find me too focused on winning the debate, that my style of debate just makes them tired of listening. I interrupt all the time, speed things up too much, and constantly attack to win, but it would be better not trying to win, but slow it down and make your points clear for all listeners, not just to win. They presuppose that I have an intention of, you know, some superficial goal with regards to debating, rather than how I actually look at it, which is as a means to deliver a philosophy, right, for or against a philosophy. In many ways, Destiny is more serious than you, right? Even though he used humor throughout the debate, and I didn't resort to that. If you watch the debate, you could see at the end when I say you can give whatever sort of answer you want, he said "ooga booga," like, yeah, LOL, until you realize that the thing you're trying to be facetious about is a Holocaust. His objective is not always to win a debate for the sake of winning a debate. Well, it absolutely is here, and that's all that I care about, right? Although I do have a difference of perception. I think that he just takes positions in order to win a debate because it's literally his career, and it's how he's trained himself. But yeah, we're absolutely able to see that here. Like, if he was to think about it logically, consistently, he wouldn't have said everything that he said. Why? Because he's had 10 years of experience on this. Because he's been pinned by Isaac and Vegan Gains. Because he's had reasons to, you know, move off of the position, because he's seen the logical problems of what he's tried to name our issues, yet he still maintained his position. So, you know, I gave these points back. I said I concluded the debate with, and that's philosophically, not in terms of combat. You can have a private discussion. I've written numerous statements against viewing debate combatively rather than as a means to express our reasoning for or against our philosophy. I've spoken about it during my live streams and throughout the debate. You can see I am attempting to remove rhetoric and humor from what not be a serious discussion about the world's largest atrocity. One would sooner expect the hypothesis that I'm concerned not about optics such as winning, given that I'm willing to take the position to represent the world's most oppressed group of beings, and though it's obvious that I will get an extreme amount of hate simply for holding the position of abolition on animal rights, regardless of conduct, I still choose to bear the invalidation, because no matter how much I feel like it's emotionally painful, any individual animal is going through worlds more. Collectively, then, it's not even imaginable the scale of the difference. And, you know, so on and so forth. But what I think the strongest point that I always conclude with in any of these conversations is a point of, I'm certain you won't be able to delineate my attempts to avoid him from derailing and ultimately getting him and the audience to face logical consequences from, of his/their view from this purported identity of myself. Or I'm sorry, it's this. It's not like this interpretation is more telling your desire to waiver the responsibility of yourself as a moral agent to avoid wrongdoings and push that duty onto the mere attitude of others, right? So how fucked up is it to act like there is a sense of a change of moral view you would have if only somebody's attitude were distinct? Like, nobody behaves that way. I never get a fucking response. Nobody ever fucking gives it to me. I only had one guy in the first live stream say, he, like, at first tried to bite the bullet. He was like, yeah, I would be okay with you during the 1850s as a black rights activist, you know, hyperfixating on the outcome such that you would not, it would be your fault if the person walked away from you because they perceived you as being mean. And then he took it back and was like, no, of course not. So then he can't name the trait. He's not naming the trait with regards to humans and animals, such that he would say, he would be okay with curbing his attitude with regards to a trade equalized human, right? So it's not like this interpretation is more telling of your desire to waiver, even though, you know, you don't behave off the basis of external attitudes in relation to your own moral decisions for any human rights-based positions, do you? So let's find out firsthand what he said over here, because this is my first time reading it. Oh, God. Thank you for your response. However, from my point of view, adding 1 or 2 sentences after Destiny also critiqued you in a similar way as I did. What? He didn't talk about the concept of winning as far as I recall. And when he tried to say, you guys, he said something similar, which was, you guys just try to say like the dialogue flow tree. I said, if you think that there's some problem with it, you're welcome to spell out what it is. You probably interpreted it that way. Does not change my opinion on how 95% of the debate played out. If you're not responding, so max tax, if you're not going to respond to any of what I said, you're just not engaging with me, which is very similar to what Destiny did during the debate, right? You make a point, you ask somebody a question regarding it, and they don't answer, they claim they can't answer, they don't want to answer, or they eventually say they agree with your view, and then it's some other reason of why they disagree. I see that you did not agree, and that's fine. No, I don't want to just agree to disagree when you have such a toxic position, okay? That toxically positive shit is not going to fly over here. So if you think that you have any sort of way to justify any of what you've said, and, you know, a proposition you can take could be something like, I think you try to win debates. It could be... I mean, it's just the same point to say, I would take it as, at least, to say you were eager to attack. Destiny is more serious than you in his objective to debate. You can like pick a proposition that one could reasonably derive from, you know, your original sentence here of what we were talking about, and let's hash it out. Come on in the live stream. I'll tag you in a few once I leave and come back, and I'll let you know when I'm ready. But yeah, I'd be happy to see if you can, you know, hopefully be moved off of this position. And like, what I'm getting the feeling of is that, like, you're very flimsy on believing it. You don't probably want to believe what it is that you're talking about here, but you are still just trying to believe it regardless. Again, ideology just doesn't leave. So, more respectfully, you don't know anything about me. I don't know what made you think that. If that's just to say I don't know personal things about you, I don't know what I said that made you think that I know personal things about you. I haven't eaten dead animals in 30 years. Okay. What did I say beforehand? Oh, because I said, even though you don't behave off the basis of external attitudes in relation to your own moral decisions for any human rights-based positions, do you? This goes true for vegans. Dude, you understand that vegans say the same thing all the time. It's not inconsistent. You can not kill animals for food and also disagree with having an unapologetic attitude. Where's the contradiction? You don't even know what you're saying. So why attack on moral complicity? Wait, I said I wasn't talking about moral complicity with regards to whether or not you contribute towards the Holocaust. I said, even though you don't behave off the basis of external attitudes in relation to your own moral decisions. Okay? So what that means is if somebody has a problem with your attitude, or sorry, if you have a problem with somebody's attitude, but somebody says, I'm going to kill... and you're like advocating for child's rights. You don't say, I'm going to go rape a child because they really pissed you off, right? So, point by analogy, you don't say, I'm going to go beat my wife because you're trying to advocate for women's rights. Like, it just doesn't follow. Does he eat them while they're still living then? Wait, what? Because he said, I haven't eaten meat in 30 years. If that's a joke, I don't get it. I eat filet mignon wrapped. I eat dead animal wrapped in another dead animal while watching your live streams. But do you eat humans while watching my live streams? Toast. Yeah. Don't think so. Whatchamacallit? It was never about your position on that topic. I'm not sure what you mean by it was right. So, toast. I mean, if you're still watching off of an alt, if you don't eat humans, but you do eat animals or watch my live stream, what's the trait or set of traits that's true of the animal, which if true of the human, would cause you to say you would eat the humans on my live stream? He said he doesn't eat dead animals, or at least that is what you read. Oh, he doesn't eat... Oh, you're joking because I called them dead animals, so doesn't eat live animals. Right, no, I just try to tackle the euphemism of meat all the time because I'm so bothered by the insult that it delivers to the victims of the world's largest Holocaust. But, yeah, that's... what should we call it? I haven't even 30 years, so I... by the way, position of strength is not about attacking. Right, I mean... You would define having strength as being sufficiently under what I delivered, which I would call strength and you wouldn't. So that's just going to beg the question of, right, we're going to be at ground zero. What is the thing in question that you think makes it attacking and not strength? Okay, I missed that. Yeah. That's the sickness of this era. Oh, God, here we go with the fucking boomer level speech. And I don't see you as a civil rights leader. I didn't say I was a leader. I'm pretty sure I said... I'm sure you would not be saying this to other unapologetic civil rights leaders. Oh, God. The sufficiency versus equality concept is just constantly conflated regardless of the philosophical discussion, categorically, subcategorically, or otherwise. So... saying that, my point behind saying that I'm sure you wouldn't be saying this to other unapologetic civil rights leaders is, I don't have to be a civil rights leader. You wouldn't be saying it to those other people if they were representing civil rights. The point of mentioning that they're civil rights leaders is I'm taking the strongest example of a party to which you wouldn't shut down. So tell me, is the only reason why you wouldn't shut down Frederick Douglass because does that imply a level of popularity? Is it, are you concerned about how, you know, if there were two Frederick Douglasses, one that said the same exact thing as the, and they both said the same exact thing as the other, but one made history books and the other was written out of them, but you were aware of both. Would you criticize the one that was unpopular? I mean, this is so stupid. But you could even just look at, if you wanted to, Frederick Douglass when he was rising to fame. Like, obviously, he didn't just fucking overnight just get in front of, like, a shit ton of people, right? I had the opportunity to go in front of Destiny, and now it's going to be hundreds of thousands and eventually, hopefully, you know, millions of people, especially collectively. But... yeah, I don't see how there's any relation to pointing out that first of all, I didn't say I was a civil rights leader, but secondly, what would make any sort of morally relevant distinction if I wasn't a civil rights leader but still said the same points? Because I'm only analogizing making the same points as a civil rights leader, and you not criticizing me if I were in their position. It's really just to say there's an intuition pump of when, you know, people say things that you realize you ought be in agreement with from this current view, you don't have a problem with it, but maybe just realize from an external view, right, your meta view, a bird's eye view, that it's you being ideological. Because I do not think me or anyone else needs such a leader. Okay, now we're just getting on to whether or not there ought be a leader. Look, it doesn't mean it's like fucking Hitler where we need a dictator telling us what to do or something really negatively connotated like that. I don't even know what that begins to try to communicate. If what you're trying to say is that, you know, morals should stand independently, of course. That doesn't mean that there are not activists, you know, influencers, people who spread the message of how to connect our thoughts in a logically coherent way such that we can understand them and actually deeply appreciate them. And if that's the case, then we should encourage those people who help us to do that. Some people spend their lives literally under the topic of critical thought and philosophy. Some people use that for bad and they become sophists. Some people like to boast themselves up like Destiny and say they speak in terms of syllogisms. And some people, make points about how they they would be logically consistent with regards to just what their views are legitimately without these sorts of silly trivial biases, like whether or not you're this ethnicity or you have this much money involved or so on and so forth. So no, I mean, if leader just means people that act as a reminder to you to how to think about something, for helping you to realize what your preferences are, for helping spread awareness on these things that you don't spend your life doing, because you're probably somebody who goes to work, you have a 9 to 5. If you don't, doesn't mean you spend all this time in philosophy and critical thought. And even if you did, would you not have a world of incentives going against the positions you ought really carry, right? This is why people like Hasan and so on and so forth are such bad faith interlocutors, because they don't go on to the topic of or conceding on the topics that they ought, concede on. Let's see. What are some of the new ones that I've seen? Just to be clear, I see 2 problems. You talk so fast and with so much jargon. Okay. It's funny that you say I talk fast because it's a video. You could slow it down, you could pause it, and you can repeat it. Those are 3 tools to which, if you cannot track during the conversation, which most people tracked the overwhelming majority of the points made, even if they've never heard about philosophy. Like, the beep detector is plug and play. I think a fucking, middle schooler could understand the hypothetical that's being posed to them there. Now, I'm only taking an example. I'm not saying that's a particular one that you thought might have been hard to track, but it's just to make a point that, much of what I said was simplified for a broader audience. There might have been some words that people didn't particularly understand, but I think context clues would have absolutely assisted them. Gonna wrap up here in a second, but just to say, finish responding to this. And with so much, and it's funny that you say that I talk so fast, because you're a Destiny fan, presumably. Does he talk as slow as Hasan? Okay. If the point is to try to say it's a trait stack and that it's with so much jargon, then you really shouldn't have said that there was any value with regards to the concept of that I talk so fast. If it's the jargon part that you want to, because the so fast doesn't add value if you can pause the video, repeat it, and also play it in slow-mo or to a slower speed. And with so much jargon, if you want to state something specifically that you think I said that was incoherent, you're welcome to do so. And that is genuinely hard to comprehend. So you really shouldn't say something is jargon if it's difficult to comprehend, because the reasonable connotation that one derives from a situation of jargon, quote unquote, is one to which the party in question says something that is that to which either they themselves don't understand, which I think Destiny does all the time. I think he says something to where if you run it back and you're like, what'd you just say? He either changes what he just said because he can't even remember what he just said because he just made it up on the spot, or he tries to make sense of it more deeply, and like somebody's going to press him on that appreciates semantic analysis, such as myself or anybody, or others who may appreciate philosophy, and see that it doesn't make sense when we have them unpack it. So jargon should really be used for a situation where somebody is seemingly either intending to say something incoherent or neglecting their sentences so much to where it's jargon. You shouldn't just call it jargon if you just simply cannot comprehend it. Fernando, nobody ever actually quotes you on what they have a problem with. Thank you, Fernando. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. That is very satisfying for you to recognize. Thank you. So, whatchamacallit? Most won't have the patience to put in the time to understand. No, I actually think it's... I think it's the reverse. I think people have to put in time to try to not understand what's being said. I think people get the idea and then try really hard to not understand or to convolute the idea. Number 2, the way it comes off is rude and obnoxious. So I'm just going to ask the same thing I always ask, which is, would you be accepting of somebody of succumbing to an immoral position in the human rights context? If somebody told you that your actions don't align with your preferences with regard to something that you believe, if you came across as rude or obnoxious. If the answer is no, then you'd have to name the trait with regards to the animal and human context, such that you'd say you'd be accepting in the trait equal as human context. I think you are smart and a good debater. Just consider those things. I just don't appreciate the backhanded shit. Like, Jacob, look, no one's going to deny that I can hold my own in a debate. When you get Destiny to look like this during a debate, hold the fuck up. Oh my God. Let me, when you get Destiny to look like this, or no, wrong one. Okay, here we go.
That you think makes it acceptable?
When you get somebody...
What do you mean by prohibiting? Because you're able to justify probably because you have the wrong side of history. You'd still be wealthy, you'd still be popular, you'd still have, all these things going for you, but unfortunately, you just don't want to recognize what Isaac has pinned you on, what Vegan Gates has pinned you on, and that's philosophically. That's not in terms of combat. You can have a private discussion.
Okay, I'll get right on that, okay?
All right, I think we're going to move on now. Put your hands together. He had a really good run.
I'll get right on that, okay?
Shit.
All right, I think we're going to move on now. Put your hands together.
Like, look at how fucking solemn, defeated, upset he looks. My wife has more angles because she recorded it from the phone. They showed a lot of angles that were over here, but Destiny looks fucking defeated. He's a Preston's laughing his ass off. Dog, I know, like it's crazy. Like, obviously, this is not the face of somebody that feels as if they were satisfied with one-upping the other side. So you don't have to remind me that I am universally strong of a debater. You don't have to remind me that if all what's meant by smart is that I'm critically thought out on the subject matters that I talk about. He's crying. Yeah, right. You just need to remind me why what I'm doing in relation to your criticisms are true. Don't try to be manipulative and get me to believe that there's a problem with what I'm doing because you compliment me. Okay? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. It's not easy to get up on stage and debate with someone as seasoned as Destiny. Kudos to you. Thank you so much, Humphrey. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's my wife clapping over there. I really, really, really appreciate that. I said as during the debate, I said natural language. I'm gonna review my own debate when I review Isaac and Avi reviewing my debate at the same time. It's gonna be a 2-in-1, and then I'm gonna respond specifically in a much shorter style to their video. So I'll have like a scripted one, and then I'll have like a recorded like long format of like the whole review of their whole review. But yeah, like when I said to Destiny, natural language, for example, and I meant colloquial language, and I said like, you're just taking advantage of the fact that I'm nervous. I don't think people wanted to emphasize. I really just wanted to emphasize how he will take advantage of you no matter what your weakness is. It does. I said it in a comment, but if you're really nice, he'll fuck you over and take that as a vulnerability. And then I'll wrap up here in a sec. If you're mean seeming, quote unquote, if you're strong, if you don't get taken advantage of because he tries to railroad you, like he was barely able to build up steam during the debate, he will call you condescending. He'll try to win over the audience's perception there. But no matter what, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. My point is this: if you are going to lean in either direction for Destiny, you bet your ass you better always lean in the direction of being strong, because you're going to get raped all to hell. He will use a spike dildo. He will laugh at you with it. But no, I really did remind him of his guilty conscience here. So yeah. Love to how he had to call out AY out of frustration. He was having a flashback or something. I know, it was hilarious. It was hilarious. He was like, here's the next coming of AY sort of thing. But what I liked is that I didn't bring about the same sort of like rigidity of the consistency test of name the trait. I'm getting flack from all of these, purported intellectuals within the community of name the trait, but nobody's able to tell me why it's problematic. I hear that it's not true of their goals. I hear that, which, okay, who cares? It's true of my goal. I see specifically how it's particularly beneficial to get Destiny and his audience, and even people in general, to realize the broader concept of ideology. I'm very fascinated with that. I think that, having a broader concept of being careful to not fall in line with the same sorts of issues we expect to that cause these issues of what we don't like, basically going to the belly of the beast, if you will, and get it at the throat, whatever analogy you want to say, like, of the problem, the heart of the issue, I find to be very, very, very satisfying, because we need to find, whenever somebody has a particular weakness of ideology and starts to not check themselves. Destiny actually said this earlier in his live stream. He was like, we always have to check ourselves, make sure we're not falling in line with things like, like MAGA, like ideologically. And one of the ways I do that is I'm willing to talk to the opposition. What if all you do is talk to the opposition to specifically create the illusion that you are engaging with them in good faith? Destiny? Yeah. So, yeah. That's so I'm gonna head out here for a few, and I'm gonna be back. Yeah, okay. But either way, I'm gonna take a quick break over here. So thanks. Dude, I saw you eating chicken nuggets in a Wendy's. Yeah. That's the most expected hypothesis. Such a stupid trope. I literally went straight the fuck home after the debate. I was dead tired. Okay. Bro, I don't care about your point. I get it. We all get it, but we don't care.
Wait, we all get it?
Yeah.
We all get that eating animals is immoral?
Yeah, well, they get the parallel that's attempting to be drawn. But we don't care. I think if you actually resonated with it rather than trying not to resonate with it, then you would care. You want to prove a moral parallel. Well, I want you to realize a moral parallel. If you mean to say prove as in you already believe it from an intrinsic perspective, like you already inherently value the virtue of it, then no, I don't think that I'm going to get you to just like cherry pie because I say like cherry pie. The point is that it extends from your own values, right? With people that don't believe there is a moral equivalence. It's about moral sufficiency, not equality. People don't even want to crush your tiny little incorrect point because you deliver it so incredibly off-putting. Oh, okay. Right. So there's a threat out there, you just can't say what it is. And no matter how much you gish gallop, they gotta try to throw in every negative term. You can't dictate other people's morality, logic, or value system. Well, you're not dictating it. You're helping them to realize how it extends from beings that they do care about. The appreciation of animal rights extends from human rights unless they can name the trait that morally separates the two. You lack humility, talent, and perspective. I presume when you say humility, you're referring to the concept that I don't like smile or laugh about a serious matter. If you want to specify what you think it is other than that, then you're welcome to. Talent. Okay, I mean, the ability to undo people's sophistry live as they make it and combat it, neutralize those pathways, can be called talent. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's a skill. Normally people say that if you're skilled on something, you're talented. It just depends on how you use words. And perspective. Well, I gave you my perspective. I don't think I heard any response to mine. I don't think I heard any response to how you'd handle other, civil rights believers of any movement. So, nice job there.
Call 1-800.
Possible.
So, let's see if there was somebody who wanted a response earlier. I was going to invite them on the stream. Let's see. Oh yeah, 80 Slim Shadys. 80 Slim Shadys. Let me see. try to tag him and see if he's available to come on. Hey, live streaming now. If you wanna join and watch. Really? That would make it easy to listen. Okay. Where are we at in the whole fucking saga? John D, is the debate review with Ask Yourself still on? Debate review. Oh, no, Johnny, we didn't, we didn't go over that. I'm going to do, you might have thought that because I had my original debate video up. So two things. I'm going to do a scripted response that's concise and like really professional just for the masses to understand, because it seems like there's a lot of confusion that was generated from their review. And then I expect to do a longer form response to their video for everybody to tune into. There was, if you're interested at the beginning, some responding that I did to Shadow Starshine, the sophist, and excuse me, some other thoughts I had just generally regarding it, but that's coming. I'm in the middle of finishing watching the video. I'm like halfway through. I've skipped around a little bit, and so on and so forth. But thanks for the question. Yeah. What was I gonna say? So yeah, where were we at in the whole saga of... Oh god, it was no, it wasn't Natalie Fulton. It was let me find it. It's in my history. We were responding last time, and I had to watch a video to preface.
Wasn't that the Why I Hate NTT?
Oh, well, there was that one, and then we have to finish that. Yeah, Why I Hate NTT, Natalie Fulton. Here we go. Oh, God.
Body of a chicken or not. They deserve rights because they're so invested in the non-vegan's value system. And I understand why in the context of debates, but during vegan advocacy, you want to...
No, so the purpose extends beyond the concept of debates. I don't know what you mean to say you understand within the context of debates, because any purpose that you have for trying to prove a point within a debate is going to be reducible to what an activist presumably would want to do. Why? Because when you have somebody think about a position, the purpose of a debate is to get somebody to have two differing attitudes with regards to at least one proposition. Okay, so if I say the sky is blue, I might take the pro on that. Somebody takes the negation to that to be true, and they want to defend that. Now, debates are a way of conveying that we want to persuade someone on or off a position. Just because, and they're a very particular way that, you know, you use arguments for that, so on and so forth. But the broad concept of a debate is not that to which you have people avoid the general concept of when you have a discussion. Like, what is a discussion morally distinct from a debate insofar as the main important elements go? Oh, you don't have premises and a conclusion. Not necessarily. You can, you just might not do it in a certain regard. You could. In fact, main difference between calling something a debate and discussion is usually just about the cadence of it. It's usually just about how intense it seems emotionally, rhetorically, so on and so forth, how fast paced it is, how much somebody wants to give a response in relation to another response. But any intellectual conversation is effectively just a debate. If you really think about it, you're slowing down. You could absolutely slow down asking somebody a question, a this, a that. And don't get me wrong, there's value in trying to create a morally relevant distinction there. You might say, well, some people feel really pressured when you ask for a response from them just in the moment, like in front of a lot of people, and then they don't want to look dumb. It's like, okay, but you could also just change I could argue that I could change the cadence of a debate where I say, and I do this all the time, I say, take all the time you want to respond to the question, right? I'm not literally going to sit there for like 10 minutes per se, but, you know, the point is just to say that, like, I wouldn't care about if the audience thought you were losing because you didn't produce a response in 20 seconds. And I wouldn't think that I win if I respond in like 2 seconds. That's all just going to reduce down to how familiar you are with the material. But so when this is all just to say that when Natalie says, I get it for debates, but for advocacy, which is just to say, you know, discussions, right? And you're asking questions, so on and so forth. I challenge you to try to delineate how you're not effectively delivering arguments, you know, making points, maybe asking a consistency test, known as name the trait, in an alternate format. Okay, so you're doing it in an alternative means when you effectively sign off on, you know, having a certain idea in your mind, way to communicate that, like a reason for it, the reason being name the trait. And then the difference of attitude is you want them to not believe in the proposition that it's acceptable to eat animals for food. But, you know, a way that you're going to show that can be with name the trait, and call it a debate, call it a discussion. It seems like what Natalie is really trying to do is to create some unimportant distinction between a debate and discussion, such that she could validate the most useful component that will always be true regardless of how we converse with somebody else. You know, whether or not it's intense or not intense, it's going to come down to that core logic, and whether or not somebody even wants to call it name the trait, right? I made a point in my recent debate with Destiny that, you know, Frederick Douglass and Elizabeth Stanton named, you know, this very reference name the trait as a core foundation. You know, they talked about how trivial differences ought not be used as a means to justify terrible atrocities. But that's effectively what you're going to fall back on, you know, regardless of if you come from a place that's intense or non-intense. I challenge you to try to say that you're not. And, you know, what's funny is that whenever we've heard Natalie talk about this regarding name the trait, she always just says, focus on the similarities. But the reasons why somebody would do something to one being and not another has to be a difference. It wouldn't be because of the similarities. You might say the similarities are why they ought to give them value and not treat them differently. But that's sophistry, because they must perceive that there is a morally relevant difference or set of differences between humans and animals, such that it justifies the difference of treatment. So you're it's just a category error. Again, I like to give the example. Okay, there's a serial killer. Somebody says, does he not shiver? Does he not cry? Does he not get hungry? Does he not get horny? Does he not XYZ? I'm sure he does. Do you think I would give him the right to life? No, because the morally relevant symmetry breaker is the fact that he's a serial killer. See? So I'm of the belief that there's a reason to delineate him from other parties. It's obviously not the similarities that I value of innocent people, because the thing that has to be true is, you know, being an innocent moral agent or non-moral agent. Technically, moral agents, if you take innocence to mean not desiring to do something bad, would all be innocent. But I mean, or non-dangerous, to just make the point. But that's all just to say that a moral agent, you know, being persuaded on or off of a point is going to still have to have a difference or set of differences in realization for why they do or don't do something to the other party in question. It's not going to be that the similarities are why you do something. The similarities would just be at minimum why you ought to treat them with consideration. But people don't deny that cows, chickens, and pigs as their reasoning necessarily have or lack similarities to a sufficient degree to humans to justify the atrocities. They just say that those don't meet the mark, or despite those don't matter. Sometimes you'll get really rare situations where when you ask for the difference or set of differences between humans and animals, the party in question will say, oh, you know what? It's not true that an animal has sufficient intelligence even to a severely mentally handicapped person. Like 10 years of debating, like I've been a vegan for 11 years, but like out of the 10 debating from that, listening to debates, listening to conversations, being an activist on the streets, like so on and so forth, I've never fucking heard, except for one time, sorry, I've only heard one time somebody say that a severely mentally handicapped person, something happened? That a severely mentally handicapped person doesn't have the intelligence of a cow. And I was like, we're stipulating that it does, but how do you deny that? What's the evidence? But anyways, like, they could deny that a trait true of an animal could be a trait true of a human, or they could deny that an animal doesn't even have sentience. That, again, is seldom something that ever happens, but it's normally the case that people grant that what Natalie is trying to get at, the most important similarity is there, which is their consciousness, is not something that people deny, right? Because it's not a similarity for why somebody would have a difference of attitude. It's a difference of why someone would have a difference of attitude. I care if serial killers get stubbed toes, says nobody responsible. Yeah, seriously. Thanks, Denzel.
To show that the animals deserve rights whether the non-vegan thinks so or not. They show that the animals deserve rights whether the non-vegan thinks so or not.
Yeah, so this is going to be entirely incoherent to me. I think this is where we stopped the video last time. And I had a few things to say about that as well. But the idea that somebody would not have a moral consideration towards a being and say that they should still have moral consideration towards the being is incoherent. If what you're trying to say, being charitable, is something like a moral agent has sometimes lacks intrinsic value or inherent virtue, as I like to say, towards a certain being, and despite that intrinsic value that a vegan would have, they should still care about some other reason to grant moral consideration. I've heard before, this one's really funny, I've heard before some people say, what about the vegans that care about the animals? And it's like, guys, why the fuck are we caring about external value? You should be getting the party in question to care about the animals' value by itself. But what that's not meant to say is there's two ways that can be interpreted. That what that's not meant to refer to is the idea of, I just realized I haven't given it a dislike. There we go. What that's not meant to say is the idea that I just lost my thought. I cut myself off. Oh yeah, what that's not meant to say is something like, just like how we have an irreducible right to life for humans, that there's no connection for the extension of the rights to life or the basic rights of humans onto animals. No, you just irreducibly value animals the same way you just irreducibly value humans, like off of some, I don't know, you inherently value the differences that they have between humans and animals. I mean, why would I think that people would do so? And how do I think that I could get somebody to value those? Because if you say, well, if you show them things that they see are similar, well, then that's off of what they already value, Natalie. That's not off of what they don't value. And then if you say, yeah, they're not going to value those things, but if you ask them to value it, if you ask them to value those things, what is the implication? That like they value, either that you're going to have to say that they value it externally, or that they value it exactly what I think is only really meant by name the trait, which is by extension of human rights. And if that's all you mean to say, then it doesn't make sense to say whether or not they value it, because they value it if they didn't before appreciate animal rights, but now do because they see that it extends on from humans to animals. So the concept of animal rights is something, if it extends from humans, is something that can be or something that ought be in realization of our preferences if we cannot name a trait or set of traits morally distinguishing the two sets of beings. If something doesn't produce a difference of attitude with regards to two things, right? But you claim to have a difference of attitude, but you say there's nothing that can describe the difference of attitude, that's incoherent. It's like if I show you two apples that look identical and you say, I value the one but not the other. What about just intrinsic value? Yeah, so that's a Shal Maradi position. You intrinsically value one, you don't the other. And so if I were to blindfold you, you wouldn't know which one to value. So when she says it's whether or not non-vegans, animal murderers should value animals, whether or not they agree with animals' rights, that's either going to be incoherent because we take it to be that an appreciation for animals' rights would not be something you could value if you didn't value it. And so, like, not intrinsically having valued them from birth or something like that is still going to be true of a being who values the extension of the right to life from humans to animals. So that's the correction there, right? It's like you don't want to say it's the value of humans that exist intrinsically that people will that animal murderers will always have, and we always have that difference. Name of the trait is literally trying to expose that we don't have that difference that's being purported, and so we have to value animals' rights by means of the extension of the appreciation for the irreducible value of humans' rights, because the trait equal as humans are just the animals. And so if she's trying to say something like emotionally, a person does not have like appreciation towards animal rights just when they have a discussion via name the trait, that's going to be a positive claim she has to defend. But furthermore, it has to be something to which we wouldn't expect to be true. And so if I show slaughterhouse footage, people shouldn't look away if that's the case, right? That's a very big way to prove the prove the negative. Oh, prove to me that people do inherently value animals, because I think they don't. Prove it to be, counter it, right? Prove the counter. Okay. When I show slaughterhouse footage, people can't stomach or bear it. It's not interesting. All sorts of people have a visceral response against it. Don't you think the visceral response is an indication people irreducibly find that to be abhorrent? No, because we have, all sorts of negative responses towards stimuli, blah, 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 blah. Okay, but if we have that for innocent people, how do you tell the difference between it being a genuine belief versus just a reflex? Oh, because we value human rights, and it's usually something, that puts you back in a circle. You're like, yeah, but I'm trying to figure out why we know that we value human rights, right? So you don't want to make that mistake. You want to get into a trap where you're just, going in a loop trying to figure it out, and you're starting from ground zero again. Yeah, I mean, that's a very strong reason. And you don't want to make the mistake of saying, what about a serial killer, though? Like, doesn't it emit some sort of primitive default? Of course it does, but it's not to say that the primitive default is indicative of your true preference. It's to say it's indicative of a general concept of your true preference. So if something tells you that you would not philosophically value that agent, for example, if I found out that the person that I thought that I said I valued was a serial killer and a rapist, and now I said I don't value them, well, it's pretty clear that the value that that was previously had is factored out, because the morally relevant symmetry breaker, right, the thing that changed the attitude, was the finding out that they were an agent who preferred evil, who preferred something that ought have been unpreferred. And so that changes, the point. Or you could say we irreducibly value innocent individuals, right? But it's just the idea there that, we don't value all these. Typically people don't realize that they value animals intrinsically per se. What they realize is that, wow, well, technically speaking, I think people do have an inherent preference for animals or virtue for them, just because they are sentient beings. But if somebody tried to create a philosophy where they said they would make a delineation between the two that was of moral significance, such that they'd be okay with killing the animal and not the human, then they're going to have to name the trait. It's like, okay, I mean, are they not innocent now? If you say they're not, then you're changing the context. And sometimes that'll happen. The person will say, well, what if the animal, and they're still innocent, but it's a situation similarly of danger. Like, what if the animal tried killing you? And it's like, well, of course, if an animal tried fucking killing you, that's going to change whether or not you'd necessarily, save your own life or something, but that wouldn't change whether or not you'd have appreciation for it if the context were held equal, like just going to the store and violating the innocent being's rights. So
they deserve rights because they're conscious and cognizant, because
well, if you say that they deserve rights because they're conscious and cognizant, and people think that despite those similarities, there is a difference or set of differences that separates them, then you're going to have to acknowledge the value of name the trait.
Because they have unique personalities, and because it's not their fault.
Unique personalities. This is just so dumb. Like, if mentally handicapped people all had the same personality, would you just get so sick of them that you'd be like, slit. Like, what are you talking about? What the fuck is this implication? Like, I'm so bored with the way this type of, oh man, e-girls just always act the way e-girls act. I'm gonna fucking round them up. Like, you could say you don't like certain, behavior, or you find it redundant, you find it to be blah, 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 blah. But to say it crosses the threshold that you'd kill them? That implication is just so stupid.
That they were born into the body of a chicken.
And then, yeah, that seems to feed speciesism. It's not their fault they were born into the body of a chicken. Like, why the fuck would I ever feed that idea? It's not a fault to begin with. It's not a fault to be a cow, chicken, or pig. It's a fault to not value a cow, chicken, or pig. It's not a fault to be a cow, chicken, or pig. What?
Instead of a human. A human's personal value system should not determine whether or not animals deserve rights.
That's the most profoundly stupid thing you could ever say. Let's plug that in with humans so we can expose it. A human's value system should not determine whether or not humans have rights. Well, if we take that at face value, what it sounds like you're saying is that the very foundation of how humans even have rights, such as the right to life and autonomy, shouldn't be given simply because it's relative to a mind that can give it. But that's the only reason why we have it, right? Subjectively speaking, unless you're going to try to prove objective morality, it makes no fucking sense to say that that's not where it comes from. Vegan Runner, she could be a wacko sometimes. Goodness gracious. I've only seen reason to absolutely find her to be just ridiculous, Vegan Runner. Like, this whole video has been an insane, not test of patience. It's been an insane test of being put in a straitjacket, going on a roller coaster through every single ring of the fires of hell, and with no buckles or support, and trying to hang on with slippery, soapy fucking hands, and pray to God that you're gonna make it out alive. Only, thankfully, I am equipped enough to not, have to deal with it. But getting soaped up by the retardation, but emotionally, that is how bothersome this is. Good God. Oh yeah. So, but what does it mean to say what she just said of, oh, tomorrow? But what does it mean to say, human values, for example, shouldn't be determined based on, wait, what is it?
Value system should not determine whether or not animals deserve rights. Humans' personal value system should not determine whether or not animals deserve rights.
A human's personal value system should not determine whether or not an animal deserves rights. Well, exposing that within the human context, we wouldn't even have rights if it wasn't for humans subjectively valuing rights. No shit. Number one. Number two, expanding on human rights, literally it's because we had differences of valuing systems within even human rights that slaves were freed, women gained rights, gays gained rights, Jews gained rights, all these oppressed groups ever gained rights, because literally the value system of one human was found to be deplorable to another, and or liked by another if it was on the right. If it was on the desirable side of irreducibly valuing the rights to sentient beings. And the idea that you are given the idea that you are given a lack of credence towards that or appreciation because somebody can prefer something shitty doesn't change that the basis of what makes you prefer the good thing, prefer the thing that you think ought be preferred, is the difference of value system. What would it mean to say you have a value, you shouldn't feel persuaded to, or what would it mean to plug this in, for example, with trying to remove somebody's right to life? Hey, this guy is raping my sister right now. What are you gonna do? Aren't you gonna save her? A person's human personal value system shouldn't take away whether or not they have rights. But he's violating your sister's right to autonomy. What the fuck are you talking about? I hear her screaming. What the fuck are you doing? Go save her life. I'm calling the police right now. What the fuck are you talking about? A person. You just don't understand. I'm gonna say it slowly. Take my time. Don't listen to that. A person's personal value system. Please! Like, what the fuck? Of course. A personal value system is not arbitrary when it infringes on others' rights, dumbass. And she might be like, that's my point. And it's like, but you said it wasn't the basis of people disagreeing with that to which would literally cause the party in question who is causing the infringement to be stopped. Like, we could only be in agreement to stop the rapists and the pedophiles and the murderers if we had people say, your personal value system has to be agreed upon to find it to be deplorable. Otherwise, we'd be a bunch of fucking tribes people. So what the fuck are you talking about, Natalie? God!
Meat eaters also use the idea...
Animal murderers. Dead animal eaters. The euphemisms.
That vegans think humans and animals are equal as a way to discount veganism.
I don't think any argument can be made.
Oh my god, wait. I forgot this from last time. This is the problem of fucking taking interjections in live streams that when you're reviewing a video, because like oh my god, it's all coming back to me, the pain. Oh my fucking god. She really tried she really tried saying name the trait is a matter of proving or establishing moral equality rather than sufficiency with regards to basic rights. Oh my god. I have a 6-minute video literally dispelling exactly this notion. But I'll do it in even less time here. Less than 60. Let me start up the fucking clock. Alright. Here we go. Did it start? No. Okay. So the concept regarding moral sufficiency versus moral equality is that to which you would say that if there are basic traits or things true of a being that you want to be true of another being, would be are something that you can analogize to have at least enough, that is to say sufficient moral consideration with regards to the belief of said points, even if you don't have the same exact valuation on those beings. For example, a newborn and Einstein don't have equal moral value, but they both deserve the right to life and autonomy. Looking at this in terms of money, $5 is greater than $2, but both are enough to buy a can of Coke. Clearly, there are thresholds to which we can draw, and we can say that even if they don't have all of the same traits true of them for all sets of things or rights that we grant, that we at least give them a minimally sufficient threshold of granting those. That was 58 seconds, and I spoke late after it started regardless. That was just a 1/6 of the video to, you know, to run it by how easy that is. I could have said it in probably about 30 seconds, but it's really simple to understand. Faithful. An angel gets her hill every time. Cool says dumbass. Her and Catherine take against Gary was fucking deranged. They were saying he has a was it Zionist, you mean? And BS, I am Arab and I am pro-Zionism. Yo, it's so funny you mentioned that, Vegan Runner, because I saw that video, and what actually inspired me to play the Why I Hate Name the Trait, which, by the way, this is my first ever watching of the video. I have not seen it beforehand. I've seen it on the side for years, and I would always have it as like a little skeleton in my closet, like, when you gonna watch it, and I'd be like, fuck, and I've got to make time. And then one day I was like, fuck, I've got to just do it on a live stream. And I was like, I'm just gonna do it Saturday. And so I started last Saturday watching it, and it ended up being 10 hours of live stream, but so I didn't get to finish it. But I realized that I was required to watch this video to get more context on Natalie in general, and then play that one. But now coming back around to what you were saying, Vegan Runner, it's so funny because one of the first things I said was, I have no fucking clue why you mentioned he's a Zionist, Natalie, or the other girl, Catherine, yeah. Except if just to try to discredit him in some vague sense. Like, what the fuck is this? Like,
Where does that come from?
It doesn't come from anywhere. It's like being like, yeah. So, like, you know, like, I know we're supposed to be here to believe in animal rights, but, you know, like, he speeds. It's like, look, there might be a really shitty element to somebody. I don't think that is one, but why would you, like, the fact that you try to use that against him in any sort of way to relate to the point of animal rights was so bothersome. Like, it just, like, make your point about animal rights in one regard and whether or not you're pro or anti-Zionism in another. Like, why are you conflating the what? The word Zionism is derived from Zion, a biblical term for Jerusalem and the land of Israel, and was coined in 1890 by Nathan, what does it say? Birnbaum, and the right for Jewish people for self-determination. Right, yeah, I do not see an issue with any concept within Zionism. I think, unfortunately, a lot of people, especially obviously leftists, are demonizing it. And it seems like what the typical straw man is something like Zionism means killing innocent people, whereas they really just want the state of Israel, the right to exist as people, rather than to be killed by fucking terrorist organizations like Hamas, the Houthis, so on and so forth, whatever the fuck. These literally the whole fuck, like, majority of the Middle East is trying to wipe them the fuck out. So, yeah, I mean, but where the fuck does she get off, like, trying to use that to discredit him on any animal rights related topic? Like, if I'm gonna take aim at somebody, I'm gonna make the point about somebody first and foremost, or maybe technically, put it after the fact, but like make the point about the thing that I dislike about them. Going any way to put it into the title just seems like you're trying to gain so much of a circle jerk regarding this from like particular subgroups of like lefties. It's like, Jesus Christ. And then you don't even establish whether or not that should be held as a belief. So I can't. Yeah. Okay, but what is this?
That animal lives are as important as human lives. And if you I don't think any argument can be made that animal lives are as important as human lives. And if you really truly believe that, if you really truly in your heart believe that an animal life,
this is what weakness looks like. So I know a lot of dipshits have tried telling me that I was too aggressive during my debate with Destiny.
Oh my god.
They tried telling me
This is it right
this
here.
is the right, like, this is the idea that dipshit dumbasses, no, people that are bad faith, will try to misrepresent the philosophy at hand. Obviously, because if they could do that, then they don't have to engage with the much more difficult concept, which is whether or not animals have deserve morally sufficient rights, by extension of valuing trade equalized beings, or if it's just to say that trade equalized beings are effectively animals, right? If you can't name the trait, then, it's incoherent to say that you possess a difference of attitude. So for Joey to sit there, look at, he's literally crying. Okay, this is going in the books. I gotta save this picture. How pathetic. Holy my God, I'm in such pain again. Like, Joey, you may have been nervous. You may have thought, what do I do? But if the intuition pump wasn't there to fight for them as you would have in any other civil rights era, or if you thought in any other civil rights era, you would have sit there while the slave owner was going, look, to think that blacks deserve as many rights as whites. Obviously, you could say that sufficiency versus equality is distinct of that situation, but that's not the point. If you would be sufficiently angry at the point that somebody is trying to make to invalidate the overall philosophy, like, Joey, would you sit there and literally fucking cry on camera? Like, God, he's practically tearing. No, but seriously, like, would you really cope and just allow him to cope by just sitting there with your thumb in your mouth, practically? That's not the standard that we ought hold, even if you would be consistent. That's not a logically strong foundation to allow somebody to say such rhetorical garbage. That's not something that you have to do in order to spread the word of animal rights. And that's not something to which is relevant to the discussion that you even mean to have. So you're just letting them go off on a tangent. like, no. In no world is this going to be okay, Joey.
Life is important.
No, yeah. Joey's appealing to popularity here. Right, I take it you mean when you say appeal to popularity, you mean effectively like, you know, he was trying to, not as an argument, but obviously like he was trying to just appeal to the masses for like awareness of the animal rights movement. No, yeah. And that's the wrong thing to do, because it provided that people actually self-identified as vegan after this, let's just say he did get people to do so, we'd have no reason to believe that they would have done so off the basis of name the trait, or that they would believe there's as much of an imperative as to believe in animal rights unless you fought with it for at least to a minimally sufficient standard of zeal that you would have for trait equal as humans. And I'm not saying you're saying that's in opposition, but just kind of an extension of my thoughts there. Yeah, it's just so maddening.
As important as a human life, then I believe that there is something, and I don't mean this in an offensive way, I don't believe that you really think that.
Name the trait is
Oh, I wonder what he said. Okay.
confusing. When you're
Joey made us look so bad. Like, Joey, bro, eat some fucking protein a minute. Oh, man. You know, like, I can't do that. Yeah. I will not do that. You can bet your ass a vote for cold poison is a vote for fucking truth. Can we get it in here? Yeah. No, but like, seriously, I keep telling people trying to blast me in Destiny's comments, like, you're so mean, you're so mean, you're so mean. And I'm like, are you gonna go rape a kid or a woman because like somebody said some shit about, you know, women's rights that you didn't believe in? Or even during the times when somebody, you know, was enslaving and raping and whipping black people, that like they were justified in doing so because one party was rude, quote unquote. Like, we're not saying they are literally saying 100% fucking curse words, going shit, bitch, blah, 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 you know, and then just like they can't even understand a reason to believe the position. We're talking somebody is like, that was really like a bitchy tone. First of all, it's probably not a bitchy tone. You probably are just strawmanning that it's a bitchy tone because you think that the idea behind what I'm trying to say is what you anticipate being something that would require you to change, and because you don't want to do that, you say fuck it. I've got to, you know, remove the obligation somehow, and many times it's by means of attacking the person's character. So it's like a, you know, subtle way of discrediting the other party. But again, I mean, the implication would just be crazy. It would just be crazy. Like, ever not listening to somebody because you think that they're rude or so on and so forth. And the funniest thing is, once or twice I've heard people say, fine, that's fair. That's fine. That's fair. But you know what? You can be nicer. And it's like, but your point was that I was not going to appeal to people, or would appeal to more people. And it's like, for all the people who think I'm not appealing, and that's the reason they won't believe or even listen to the position in question. Funnily enough, that's not even true of Destiny, because he says it's about the position, not the person's conduct. And secondly, that's going to have crazy consequences per your own view. You cook. Thank you so much, Vegan Runner. Damn, look at those fucking bowls. Destiny, although I agree with his political takes, when it comes to the animals, he is a hypocrite and an animal abuser tard. Oh, yeah. No, he's as he said earlier, he's as he said about Hasan, oh, this is so MAGA, I got to work on my Destiny impression, because, if you're saying, right, like, I mean, I feel like these people, okay, I got to work on it, but yo, like, I think just like what he was saying about Hasan earlier, being full MAGA, full, you know, ideological is the word he wanted to say. That's true of you too, dude. You have no basis to complain about that if you're gonna come from this same exact sphere for something as what should be obviously atrocious as the animal holocaust.
You're doing vegan advocacy. You're not talking about.
Again, I think he is stuck with confirmation bias. Yeah, and 10 years almost going on now. Crazy. I mean, god damn, he's reaching new records. Holy shit. Like I said, I wouldn't ever personally forgive him virtuistically. There might technically be situations to which I could see value in the consequences of associating with him regardless of said virtue, but on the basis of the virtue, I'm like, no, I'm not going to shake your hand. I'm not going to fucking be nice. I'm not going to tell you how the weather is. Like, when he first came up, hey, how's it going? What's up? What's up? How many fucking animals did you stab in the throat just this last 24 hours that you're going to fucking laugh about and try to say soy rage? I was so fucking ready at any goddamn... I was sure he was going to say a soy comment.
Think that.
Name the trait is
I was so sure.
confusing. When you're doing vegan advocacy,
This just in. When you currently do not hold a certain philosophy or realization that your underlying philosophy extends to another subcategorical philosophy, in this case, trade equalized humans, or if we're talking about the 1850s, appreciating black rights, by extension of appreciating white rights, because it's really complicated to think about the idea that if the slave master's conscious experience were transferred into the experience of a right, Keith? Soy is awesome. I love soy. I know, right? Like, what the fuck? I feel like a fat fuck whenever I go down to my fridge and I open the fridge and I'm just supposed to like put almond milk in my smoothie, and I go to fucking sip on the soy milk, and I'm like, fuck, I had a sip. And I was like, okay, no one ever got fat eating soy milk. Just do your exercise. You'll be fine. But God, it's that shit addicting. And he's a fucking hypocrite liar. You know how many fucking times I've seen that fucking bitch drink soy milk? Or Soylent? Sorry, Soylent? Right?
Yes.
Yeah. Bitch always drink confusing. Yeah. But yo, like, confusing though. That's why your bitch ass is supposed to make it simpler to understand. And you know what's really funny? I love the idea of confusion being a justification, because whenever we talk about like something being difficult to track, and tell me if you get this idea, right? Like whenever you explain something to a person or to a room, like it could be like family or friends, or it could be a classroom, or it could be like whatever. Do you ever find that, like, the reason behind something being difficult, quote unquote, to track isn't really the critical thought that's required at minimum to track it, but rather the incentive to try to not understand it? Meaning, when I was in the room debating Destiny, I didn't get for a second that, like, the room generally didn't understand the beep detector or anything like that. But if I was to talk to in front of a crowd of a bunch of conservatives, I guarantee you it would become a lot more difficult, where that really just means the party in question wants to go, what's a beep detector? Is that triangular? Is that cylindrical? I don't beep. My tools beep. Sure, they don't tell me that I'm human. Like, obviously, it's not. I don't really think that these concepts become difficult to or are difficult to track. I think they become what somebody misdiagnoses as more difficult to track the further along we go in talking to people that have a higher incentive or stronger point behind something, not believing something. So like when I was talking to Destiny, for example, and like the part that I clipped was when he was talking about saying he can't track he said can't in regards to the hypothetical. He was like, I don't think humans can emerge from non-human DNA. And I was like, so the idea that you didn't understand previously, that you're not understanding now, and that you won't understand if I make it even clearer for you. But rather, let's even just keep it as you didn't understand before. You haven't understood in the last 10 years. And you didn't understand multiple times throughout this conversation of someone who all they do is think about animal rights for a living. Is this concept of the the beep detector, or that we find out that you don't have Homo sapien DNA? It's like, dude, that was not difficult to track. He knows I didn't say anything about humans emerging from non-human DNA. He knows I didn't say those words. This man is precise. He goes through court documents and fucking millions of Wikipedia pages and fucking shit. Like, he harps on the tiniest of letters. He zooms in on the fucking space in between fucking letters on a page, finds a problem with it, and then argues with it for 16 hours. Okay, this man does not have a problem going into the details. And I know I pivoted onto Destiny, but like, even more broadly speaking, going back now, these concepts that we have of name the trait are not difficult. And the reason why I plug it into somebody like Destiny is to show that I really think that what we're tapping into is the existence of incentives to not try to realize something. Exactly, it's a hypothetical, dude. So yeah, I don't... for whatever degree complexity exists of any individual situation, it's our responsibility to clear up the air, not to get rid of the thing that's quote unquote complex. He is, oh yeah, he is disingenuous. Holy shit, no, I know. It's like people ask me a lot in the comments there, or made a point. They were like, well, don't you think that like you didn't really appeal to Destiny? I was like, I gotta be honest with you, I am not in belief that Destiny's gonna change his mind. I do think I can get him to feel guilt, but I don't think he will act on his guilt because he's like psychopathic when it comes to sitting with it. Mabel, only dishonesty keeps you from understanding. Amen. A fucking men. Yes, some people have difficulty tracking, but there's a lot of suspicious situations for which, if something is relatively simple enough to understand, we ought to evaluate why it is that one cannot, quote unquote, track it. And so, yeah, like, for whatever degree of complexity exists in the world, we ought not get rid of the system that serves as a standard or ought be a basis for believing in something. In the case of human rights, right, we irreducibly value human rights. But if by extension we have a system or a tool to help us realize what beliefs we ought have from the irreducible value of human rights, the idea that we value that value system may be, articulate, called complex, isn't a problem with the system. I really don't think it is, by the way. I'm not granting that. It is very simple to understand. I do stand by that middle schoolers can more than easily track this. I even think like, I even think probably younger, but like, I mean, at minimum, this is something that wrapping our heads around the fundamental concept is literally a comparison, right? It's an analogy between two or more objects. And it is not something that we are unused to doing, but we are unused to deploying in this particular way, which doesn't really have too many added complexities. As long as there are slaughterhouses, there will always be battlefields. Yeah, Pythagoras, yeah. Shit, I mean... Yeah, we've got to fight. We've absolutely. No, yeah. Fighting on the logical front is fighting on the strongest front of all. Because it's that to which is logical that will persuade our minds. I know a lot of people say, no, emotions work and this and that. It's like, but it's through the logic that art tries to convey. It's always a culmination. Like, you know, no peace demonstration or XYZ doesn't attempt to say something that speaks to your values currently and then persuade you on or off a position, which is just to say logic. And so, yeah, anyways, it's confusing, though. Let's get into it. Holy shit.
Advocacy, you're not talking to people who understand the intricacies of debates. You're talking to...
But it doesn't require... well, two things. As I said earlier, what's the difference? But what is the morally relevant distinction between a debate and a discussion, such that you would say, this is now big enough to change my mind on that we are having a debate and not a discussion, or a discussion and not a debate? Because I really challenge that it's just the way that it feels intense. To say that people debate as a sort of requirement to deploy, if that just means the high intensity shit. To say that people debate, quote unquote, as a means to deploy whether or not they're or as a means to discuss whether or not they're going to deploy name the trait is not true. I mean, you could always have a low intensity format of discussing with regards to name the trait. You know what my guess is? Even when you do that, people will continually take the idea of what it is that you're saying to be enough of an attack such to that they turn it into a debate and not you. They take some proposition to be in strong enough opposition rather than try to evaluate it to some sort of, you know, low intensity agnostic regard. Isaac Bashevis Singer's quote, in relation to animals, all people are Nazis. For the animals, it is an eternal Treblinka. You know, thank you for, you know, giving a proper verbal justice to, you know, the victims here, because I was speaking to somebody last live stream, I think it was, maybe it was one before that, I'm pretty sure it was the last one, and they said, oh, that's not interesting that Jews called it a Holocaust themselves. And I was like, well, it's really funny that you think that that's not interesting, because who the fuck are you appealing to as a virtue signal then? Oh, yeah, you might say, and don't get me wrong, I could see the logic. You could say, for example, like, what if all these Jews were mistaken on something being offensive, and they're appealing to the token concept of them being Jewish, like kind of like, oh, well, I'm a token Jew. What Israel is doing is wrong. Of course you could say that. But it's to try to say that of the people that say it's an attack on Jewish people to belittle them, that's not really true if any Jewish people are, now let's get to the other point, logically consistent on the realization of what is happening to animals being morally sufficiently significant of a consideration to speak about with identical language. Not establishing equality per se, although if we were holocausting just severely mentally handicapped people, I don't think there is any morally relevant distinction even off of virtue, except to say just, you know, Homo sapien DNA, which is pretty silly. I mean, if you don't view them at some point to be equal, it's incoherent. I mean, it's just gonna be silly. But
the average human. Average humans have intricacies of debates. You're talking to the average human. Average humans have IQs.
What in the fuck? She actually took out the average IQ intelligence quotient? Oh god! She is a full-blown fuck of a sophist. Holy shit! Okay, number one. I don't think that the level, she's established that just because a person has a random intelligence quotient that she can state is the consensus to whatever authority, that even if I granted that that were true, that intelligence quotient, guess what, is not minimally sufficient or even significantly above that in order to appreciate the right to life, or the extension of rights from humans to animals, aka the appreciation for trade equal as humans. I heard a long time ago, and I don't know how true this was. This is kind of interesting that they used to. I don't know how true this is, but they quantified Forrest Gump's IQ IQ as 68. And so that's why, obviously he's not excuse me. That's why he's obviously not fucking Bree. He knows what it means to pick up a gun and what it can do generally. He has trouble being like maybe really, much more abstract as a lot of people are, but he's not that quote unquote dumb, right? And so this is like that. This is like, okay, maybe like your average middle schooler is approximately like fucking Forrest Gump-ish. What the fuck does that have anything to do with if you've established that new standard of an intelligence quotient that you've named is relevant with regards to, what's required in order to appreciate the underlying logic of name the trait? My mother always compared the stories she heard from her mother who lived during World War II. Oh, wow. Wow, I'm so sorry about that, Leon. So the struggles animals face, it stuck with me. Thank you for that emotional vulnerability and intellectual honesty combined. That is rare. Okay, I really appreciate that. Bro, I did outreach with AV, and people who experience injustice were the most sympathetic, receptive to the animal liberation vegan message. It's like... It's almost like when you directly experience those plights, the excuses that your brain would try to posit go out the window, because you remember back to an experience that is similar to what's being had. Your brain can't help but source the memory. And from there, you say, oh my God, I'd effectively be honestly invalidating what I went through if I were to try to make what, if they're being honest, would be an arbitrary distinction to allow for said injustice. So it makes perfect sense, right? Because the imagery hits them like that. They're not, they're not going to try to jump and be like, but wait, all that pain and all that suffering would have been completely fine if I was just a pig. Like, what the fuck? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. No, yeah, that's awesome. I absolutely understand. Totally. But yeah, like, fucking the idea of the IQ being relevant, like, the fact that fundamentally you have not established if a minimally sufficient standard of intelligence, this is not a minimally sufficient standard of intelligence in order to understand name the trait, or actually far well fucking beyond that, then guess what? There's no reason to believe this dog shit nonsense you're talking about. Oh, a lot of people are stupid. Okay. You know what she's actually referring to? The idea that when you go out on the streets, a lot of people have anxiety, social anxiety. They say, oh my God, I really can't stand being around other people, really just because they freeze up and they don't say things that they actually believe, or they say things they specifically don't believe. Rather, they say, oh, they sign up on this or they sign up on that, and they're like, yeah, if I was thinking about it properly, but like I had some sort of problem with my critical thinking to some degree, it was like throttled, because part of your working memory gets affected, parts of your brain associated with logic and reasoning are affected when you're anxious. It's not a it's not going to be indicative of somebody's general capacity, even with regards, or in regards to thinking in general. But I believe even with all of that, the concept is pretty simple, because the intuition pump reestablishes, or I think neutralizes the anxiety. Meaning to say, could you hit the light? Darts. Meaning to say that if you have somebody who says, for example, okay, you know, name the trait with regards to humans and animals such that it's okay to kill neither one, not the other. And the person goes, oh shit, I'd have to be okay with eating mentally handicapped people if I name the trait intelligence. Like, now their brain is like, for, you know, not as focused on the anxiety and rather going to be more grounded because of what it is they'd have to establish. Like, you could take the most fucking socially anxious person in the world, and the second that they see somebody dying or hear about there being some kind of threat or that they're doing something wrong or so on and so forth, it reestablishes ground. College student types, because that's where her most interactions were around campuses, henceforth anxiety. You know, my God, I would not expect anything less than confirmation bias from her. Even in the footage that's being had here, like, personally, I take this fucking face right here as being that to which is feeling validation from talking shit about something. And if you ask me, she literally recorded this type of footage to try to probably make a point against name the trait, and then went to people with this sort of like smug satisfaction on her fucking face. Like, haha, and that too on his part looks like somebody who's like, oh, yeah, no, I totally agree with you too. And you know what the worst part about this is? Like, she's literally trying to find common ground on a basis for believing in animal rights by means of shitting on that. Like, it is so fucked up that she would do that. She would try to take away from the strongest reasoning we could ever have to believe in animal rights, which is just to say, by extension of what we already irreducibly value. And fucking just it's pure ego. Like, to just be like, yeah, don't you agree? Like, most people are dumb, and like, that means you too. And like, ha. Obviously, she's going to say it like, oh, you know, name the trait is quite complex. And I think if I gave you like all these difficult things, you know, and I say it in a really difficult way, you wouldn't track it, right? What do you think he's going to fucking say? You're giving him a pass to feel justified in stabbing animals in the throat for food because you're not going to judge him on whether or not he would track, whereas he's just going to look at that as an escape route to not track on purpose. You're literally perpetuating fucking animal murder, you bitch.
Humans have IQs between 85 and 115. You also need to consider that just talking.
What do you didn't even elaborate? What? Number between X and Y. No, I'm sorry. Hold the fuck up.
Between 85. So you're talking to the average human.
So Natalie, we're here today. Thank you for so much for coming on to the Oprah Winfrey show. We were all just wondering, because it's gained a lot of popularity. I know you've taken a lot of problems with cold poison. He runs NameTheTrait.com, and he makes music in this ideology called Name the Trait. We just want to know, as the audience, what you could possibly say in order to kind of invigorate everyone to realizing why not everybody can track these high philosophical concepts. What could you possibly say?
Average humans have IQs between 85 and 115. You all.
That's right. That's right. Oh yeah. I know. Guys, calm down. Guys. Okay, come on, really. Natalie, do you want to keep talking? Maybe the
Also need to consider that just talking about veganism makes people even dumber.
Trees are fascinating. I've heard people say, well, the mouse has a beating heart.
Oh, wow. So...
Dumber.
Trees are fascinating.
To consider that just talking about veganism makes people even dumber.
So, like... Here's the funny thing. She just said what is... Okay. She's taking a point I believe in, but trying to use it to further her point, which is nonsensical. So she says it makes people dumber. Let's try to evaluate which hypothesis, if we both agree in that's well, the sound of what that sentence sounds like is being equivocated upon. And let's take her meaning versus a reasonable meaning and see which one holds up universally being compatible with any sort of understanding that people would accept or reject. Okay. She's prioritizing emotional comfort over accountability, which ends up enabling ignorance and undermining justice, because emotional intelligence is a thing, bro. Seriously, like, it's actually so despicable to act like, you know, this concept of accountability is not relevant in our determination as moral agents. I see it as a plague within really every civil rights movement. They've always seen this. When I was going over my research of the debate with Destiny, and I was looking into Frederick Douglass, one of the things that happened during Frederick's time was that he started to disagree with what were known as the Garrisonians. And they believed, right, in the concept of slavery being abolished, but they didn't want Frederick to do it within politics. And so he had to cut them off and distance himself because, you know, he didn't want to be held back on furthering black rights. But I see this sort of general concept all the time, like not just modern day. And it's this idea of like, oh yeah. I don't believe people can be accountable, so let's give up. Like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? What do you mean it's not a choice to participate in this? What would it look like to not be a choice? Like, were you sleepwalking when you fucking raped somebody? Were you well, you have to appreciate people are cognitively dissonant. No, don't get me wrong. Varying levels of cognizance exist, but that's the beauty of philosophy. You remove somebody's attempts to try and claim that they're unconscious about a matter by means of making them more conscious. And the more conscious you get, the less places they have to hide. That's what a lot of feminists say, unfortunately. Wait, they say... Sorry, they say which part? They say what Natalie's saying of like, we don't need accountability? Or which part? What was I going to say? So let's evaluate the two concepts in question. One, I'm emotionally intelligent. Oh. Like, I just, like, it's amazing the amount of like mental gymnastics people pull. Like, it's not going to happen. You know, it's not going to fly by. We're going to crush that shit. Which is going to be more likely? People get dumber, meaning their intelligence quotients actually decrease for the sake of the conversation, or they are incentivized to sound as if their intelligence quotients decrease during the conversation because they are actively stimulated to try to conclude that the thing in question to which you're saying is something they ought not believe in, which actually takes even more critical thought. Many times I look at it as the reverse, right? Sophisting or being a sophist takes a lot of skill. It takes being able to try to being able to take something that should otherwise be simple and make it more complex than what it is. And so that is a skill. Neil deGrasse Tyson that she's about to show is he's good at it emotionally. So when he spoke to that vegan, I forgot what his name is, it was so painful because like the guy did okay, but he could have made a better he could have done a lot better of a job if he made the connotation versus denotation distinction. If he said instead, "Oh, you're saying the words a tree bleeds as if it's sentient." No, I'm not. I'm not implying it.
I think it was, right?
He-Man Hancock, yeah, at ours. Oh no, they're not sentient. Okay, well then, whenever you use words that invoke this sense of feeling as if they are sentient, you're misleading people. Like trying to make the distinction between, you know, a sentient and non-sentient being, you maybe don't want to confuse people's brains, their dispositions, by invoking terms of that to which they do care about for things they don't care about. Oh, you're holocausting the blades of grass whenever you mow your lawn. Who the fuck would use that term? Because it's supposed to be used in reference to things you care about.
Trees are fascinating. I've heard people say, well, the mouse has a beating heart, and the tree does not, or plants do not, and animals do. And I said to myself, well, let me think this through. If you cloak a tree, does it not suffocate?
There he goes! It's, oh my god. Here's the thing. Neil, you may be remembered through, you have two choices, right? When you succumb to the wrong position, you could either, or two things could happen. You could either be forgotten, or you could be remembered as evil scum. You're not so dumb that you don't know what you're doing. You're manipulating the feelings invoked from terms and substituting people's obligations to one set of objects versus another. Completely dodges over the idea of sentience. Exactly. To completely dodge over the concept of sentience. Perfectly said.
Average level intelligence plus motivated reasoning makes it very difficult to run.
Wait.
Average level intelligence plus motivated.
It's not the average IQ that would ever be relevant to the equation if you haven't established that the average level of IQ is insufficient to understand name the trait. Now, would it? No, it wouldn't. So the idea that there's going to be some concept relevant of average IQ basically has to be proven that the idea of the average IQ is currently insufficient to understand name the trait. She has not, as that stands, proven that proposition. She has taken it to be true, unfascinatingly, and just run with it. It's so fucking stupid. Now, the motivated reasoning part, I do not disagree with. But she just said something really interesting, right?
A tree, does it not suffocate?
Average level intelligence plus motivated reasoning makes it very difficult to run name the trait on people you meet during outreach.
It makes it difficult to run. Well, that might be true if all the metric of being difficult to run is measured in terms of how much opposition you face towards it. But that doesn't mean somebody is not understanding more of what's being said just because they put up more of a fight. This is analogous to the idea of, let's say, fighting somebody. You're going to leave bruises and scars on somebody, regardless of whether or not they end up running away from you, such that they have to look at themselves in the mirror every day if you make those points. And it also becomes a lot harder to run away from the harder you make those points, the better you get at argumentation and logic and reason. and that we increase the standard so that you can't run away from it socially. So there's only reasons all the more to literally deploy logic and name the trait, therefore name the trait more often, not less. That kind of thinking doesn't just allow ignorance to persist, it actively enables it. A fucking men. What we need instead is psychological education, a deeper, more intentional effort to cultivate critical thinking. Yeah, and I think, you know, psychological education is really just going to end up being philosophical reflection, because when we look at the current state of affairs for how we accept or reject positions, that's off a philosophical basis. You know, people don't run the fuck away from whether or not they're doing something wrong if you can show that their position leads to it. You know, by itself, it's because there's a social acceptance currently going around to do so. And so if we increase the caliber of thought to be independent, and thus philosophically graded, rather than, oh, I took offense to something. You know, that's going to be the thing. Gosh, I should have just stuck to astronomy. God damn. All right, I'm screenshotting that one because I need to reference that one in the future. Should have stuck to astronomy. My screenshot is taking a second. He is objectively stupid with that statement. I'm sure you're being facetious when you say objectively stupid, but yeah, I can't even, or there's even like irony within saying objectively stupid too. Yeah, I can't agree more. It's so fucking funny. Humphrey's back. What's up? Or maybe you've been here and you're just having it. Vegan Gain says we just need eugenics. I will say I find it really disappointing that there are people out there who think, you know, there's not a problem with changing, there's a problem with like trying to get rid of like mentally handicapped, you know, people, you know, through eugenics, like genetics. It's just like, of course you're not hating on those who have that handicapped in order to say that like there would be more well-being and sentience and things to enjoy otherwise. Like, okay, if you didn't have to have a caretaker, or if like you did have a caretaker but they were more independent, like a cat or dog, like so on and so forth. So that's kind of what makes me think of, but I don't really know that. I think Vegan Gains personally really makes a lot of intelligence-based claims. I said this last live stream, I'll say it again. I showed him my Matt Walsh diss rap, and he thought I didn't say Matt Walsh was stupid enough, but one of my very points in the whole track was a point of self-deception. It was literally, you feel guilty and filthy when you support this every day, and until these thoughts build the dissonance to wash them away, you really justify with silly impetus and what you say, your diligence to willful ignorance, set to get slayed. Because what I'm trying to say is that I don't think Matt Walsh is a dumb guy at all. I think he's actually, you know, he has enough time, I hope, to critically think about a lot of things and generally increase his critical thought abilities, critical thinking abilities. But that then means when these thoughts weigh in on him of like animal rights, he just starts to resort to humor. Vegan meat tastes like soggy rubber, tastes like a piece of yoga mat. If we are animals ourselves, shouldn't we be a part of this natural process? I'm literally quoting the fucking track. To be honest, yeah. But yo, like, really, I don't think it's just like, oh, people are stupid, people are stupid, people are stupid. What happened? Yeah. Yeah, so, you know.
Part of the confusion comes because meat eaters don't understand what the vegan is looking for.
Well, if the reason why they don't understand is the second thing you said, which at this part of the screen is motivated reasoning, do you think that that's conscious? I've heard some people try to go far and say it's not conscious. Most motivated reasoning is conscious. The motivated reasoning people refer to that's not conscious is the motivated reasoning to which, the preferences to which we can further expose the motivated reasoning on. So it essentially is to say that the problem of motivated reasoning, if it results in bias or that to which causes a false preference, can be factored out by going to the root source. President Sunday, when he was trying to prove that Avi was biased on Jew rights, what he was not doing was making a logical distinction between that to which a person who would be biased or have a false preference and that to which who wouldn't be, but just believe in, truth and logic. And what was funny about that was that if you were to try to show that somebody, you have examples of somebody engaging in motivated reasoning, it should be the case that you could expose the source of the motivated reasoning by showing them where they're getting that motivated reasoning from. So for example, some people say, oh, well, if I was unconscious of it, I wouldn't know, would I? And it's like, unless somebody pointed out that example to you, right? Like when I spoke to Destiny, I don't think he was actively thinking, yeah, I'm just like MAGA when it comes to the ideology of justifying, the trivial differences of mother-child separation. But I think that now he hates himself this much more, a fuck ton more, now that he has to fucking sit with himself, being closer to the person he hates most in the world, Donald Trump. It's about animal rights and not about the ones advocating for them. What you think? Wait, in relation to, it's about animal rights and not about the ones advocating for them. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm a little tired, so let me go back. It was, what was I saying? What was that in relation to? I'm sorry, it jogged my memory. But yeah, like the motivated reasoning concept is so stupid because if I ever thought that there were indications of people engaging in motivated reasoning, you know what I'd do? I'd call out the motivated reasoning. I think it is a point to be had during conversations. Why do you think I had that conversation with Destiny, right? If people are so smart that their pain point is not IQ, which again I don't think is really relevant to anybody, NTT and vegan people. Oh, it's about animal rights, not the ones advocating for them. I take it you mean to say something like, and tell me if this is not what you mean, but essentially that when somebody runs Name the Trait or people are vegan in general, they shouldn't sit with their invalidation and try to posit it as a stronger sense to appeal to than the animal's plight. Like, I actually made this point earlier. I was like, individualistically, one fucking animal is going through more suffering from start to finish. Yeah, it's from start to finish, just like I imagine a pig, like right now. From he's being born, then stripped away, then all the pain, likely being thrown around, not being with his mom, the agony of crying out for them, then he gets, kicked to the side, blah, blah, so on and so forth, and then, gets his throat slit, all the fear that they have, being squashed, confined, hearing all the other screaming. That single fucking pig's entire life, just one that I can imagine, has more pain, emotionally, physically, combined, even just individually, than I would have in any given interaction. Probably even all the invalidation I would face the rest of my life. Now, can you imagine collectively what every fucking animal goes through? To then choose to not sit with invalidation makes you scum. Is it hard? Yes. Is it required? Also yes. I intend to actually have a song about this, talking about the concept of sitting with invalidation despite our and not making excuses to make the best case for animal rights just because we're invalidated. You know, I talk about how people in opposition to name the trait are strategists, self-declared, or antagonists, self-declared strategists whose objective is inanimate. I'll smack a bitch who claims to be compassionate when they're really people-pleasing romanticists. It's like there is such love for validation that people give in exchange for animals' lives that if I could go into all those individual instances, fucking slap the shit out of them, I fucking would. I can't tell you enough how despicable it is. And Natalie, you know, you keep justifying that shit. It's disgusting.
Very difficult to run name the trait on people.
Well, when you say run name the trait, you're making it sound as if it's just in its typical sense as a dialogue tree, rather than making yourself so aware of name the trait that you can and helping normalizing it in general, such to that you can run it with relative ease and explain it in a million ways without having difficulty and even dealing with the most difficult of individuals. That's the most ideal situation. Just like how I imagine right now that if I were to go back during slavery times, people would see how difficult it was for people to make the connection of whites and blacks. Oh, come on, but they bleed the same. Yeah, I don't know. You say they like bleed the same. But one of them's really good at picking cotton. Like, you know, they say all these stupid things, and you're just like cotton though was like their fucking version of our version of bacon though. Cotton. I'm gonna go sleep on some good cotton tonight. I'm gonna go eat some good bacon tonight. Like, I'm gonna go. What the fuck? You know, like, I'm sure that there were all sorts of parallels that happen within these civil movements that cause people to have a strong disdain for the belief in question and only increase the motivated reasoning. The funny thing is, and Frederick wasn't just talking shit. What is it? Frederick Douglass, struggle quote. If there is no struggle, there is no progress. What's the full quote, or, you know, larger end of the quote? Bitch, I'm not a fucking robot. What is this e-girl ass shit? Stop reloading. What the fuck? It's cucking me from a goddamn quote. What the hell? If there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom and yet depreciate agitation and are men who want crops without plowing up the ground. They want rain without thunder and lightning. Amazon wants to cuck me. They want the ocean without the awful roar of its many waters. This struggle may be a moral one, or it may be a physical one, or it may be of both moral and physical, but it must be a struggle. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. Thank you, Frederick. I wish I could have personally known you, because your passion is that to which I have naturally resonated with, and when I have read your quotes, I sincerely have felt as if there was literally a twin out there. A moral twin. I can't tell you enough. Yeah. So, you know, but that's all just to say psychology backs this up. When we get cornered onto positions, we actually, when our defense mechanism goes off, we actually have the most amount of reason to be persuaded on or off a position because of, you know, a concept of more stimuli having been created. And so, you know, a lot of people think that negative stimuli or walking away and being upset is bad, but they're really looking at things temporally. And if anyone were to create that off of a basis and you're to say, okay, I've got to be nice to people now, what you're really saying is you're perpetuating a new philosophical standard, because people are not just primitive default robots that just behave off of the psychology to which we're born with. If we did, we'd be fucking animals, wouldn't we? But we're not, thank God. It's really hard to be friends with Carnus, and eventually we'll have zero Carnus friends. The animals, herbivores, the animals are way more peaceful and civil than most humans. Seriously. You know, and when I look at the status of even dangerous, quote unquote, animals like dogs, for example, like, you know, big dogs, they could be dangerous. Like, dude, that's so isolated as opposed to people, the nature of people being so much more in favor of trying to create justifications to be violent. Same with girlfriend. If she is not turning vegan in 1 or 2 weeks, I'll just break up. Dude, I did a video. I don't know if you saw the, oh my God, I gotta pull it up now. Okay. All right. Yeah. Hold on. What even the fuck is it called? God. I was inspired by a girl I saw on Instagram, and I had to do this. But more importantly than this, why did it play the wrong one? I literally clicked clearly on this.
Unpopular.
But what the? This mischaracterization makes you feel smart. It's spazzing on me.
Oh my god.
Dog. Gotta love. Okay.
Unpopular opinion, but as a vegan, I truly believe that dating a non-vegan is actually very beneficial because this way we're slowly converting them into veganism. Whereas when two vegans date, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's absolutely great, an absolute dream. But the other person is probably gonna be vegan anyway, with or without you.
Unpopular opinion, but as a Black abolitionist, I truly believe that dating a slave owner is actually very beneficial because this way we're slowly converting them into abolitionism. Whereas when two abolitionists date, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's absolutely great, an absolute dream, but the other person is probably going to be abolitionist anyway, with or without you. Now, I promise this disregard for virtue and lack of consistency for any other context like domestic abuse or Jew torture is not motivated by sexual interest, and I am not suggesting that hedonism is more important than the lives of beings having their throats slit for a cheeseburger, which is unironically hedonistic itself. I guess opposites don't attract. I'm just saying that the lack of guarantee that someone ever commits to being a Black abolitionist and the idea that I'm validating them to such a large extent that I am sexually intimate with them regardless of if they whip, rape, and enslave Black people, which invalidates the philosophy inherently, as a trade-off I'm willing to take. What's that quote my boyfriend, Lord Farquaad, always says? Oh yeah, some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to take.
Like, that's, like, I have to give it to myself. That is the funniest shit. Like, I'll never forget when Lord Farquaad said, some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to take. Like, it just, okay, when you know you're being logically inconsistent on a matter, when you can literally do something like that and just play a quick reel and be like, oh, shit, I don't have a justification. What the fuck? Like, don't try to create one. Just sit with it. Just, like, realize. Like, the intuition pup is clear, isn't it? Like, you can't name the trait in the animal versus human context that explains why you're okay with, you know, dating the fucking slave owner. Like, you know, or the slave justifier, like, who, you know, pays for it, whatever. But, you know, to your point, coming back around now, vegan runner, yeah, no, totally respect that. I'll probably never date a carnus ever if they're not vegan. I'll pass. Yeah, no, seriously. I love to help vegans realize that, like, we don't have to perpetuate that fucking nonsense. Holy shit, fuck that. No, hell no. I had another one about, you know, your husband comes home and he's like, oops, I did it again. And it's like, you know, he raped a kid and you're just like, oh, okay. Where there's a will, there's a way. You know, like, we'll just wait for you. Like, what the fuck? Like, no. If it's a true moral standard, you're gonna say fuck right off. I mean, I had a friend last year. It was almost a year ago. She just unloaded. We were here in Portland having dinner, And we were at all vegan restaurant, and she just starts talking about her fucking dad dogs the shit out of her. He like fucking makes fun of veganism. He's like bacon, blah blah blah, and she's like visibly upset. And like, it was me, my wife, and like her friend, and we were all like, what the fuck? Like, yo, like, you're indoctrinated. What can I say? Like, if you're not gonna run the fuck away, here's the thing. He's not really your dad if he won't give up carnism, if he won't give up stabbing animals in the throat for his own daughter. The realization in question. But you're contributing to that because you're not creating the dichotomy. The animals' lives are worth a lot more than your personal fucking familial relationship with your daddy. Like, damn. Cold Poison, what's your interaction with Shadow Starshine? That son of a bitch came around earlier in the stream, and true to your name, I sniped the shit out of him. He tried, defending Avi's confusion, and by approximation, Isaac's on every other debate review, because he thought that I was incoherent. Look, I've tagged Nick on it and so on and so forth. No one's articulated thus far to me. And in the hour that I've seen, I've seen no reason to believe why the interpretations they've had would not be either ones they've rejected in other contexts or are unclear of how they ever got from point A to point B. But I'm going to create a video responding to it and whatnot. He comes in and he's all like, oh, I thought you were incoherent too. My boy Preston comes in and he's all like, yo, so Cold's wrong because you saw the same thing as somebody else. What if you're wrong too? And he's like, I could be. I'm just saying I saw it too. And I was like, that's uninteresting because you're a fucking sophist. I remember you from 7 or 8 years ago. Like, oh God, so far back when fucking I was just starting to debate, right? And my stream's lagging a little bit. I'll probably end Twitch. Yeah. Hopefully that takes effect. I remember way back when he was trying to espouse.
The vertical, I think, is still going.
Oops, I hit the wrong one.
Oh, back now.
Oh, everything's back? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. You know, OBS has been fucking me so... Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to catch up now in the chat. No, sorry. I didn't finish Best Sniper, but that was all just to say, like, Shadow came in with a bunch of bullshit earlier. God. He came in with that. He came in with, he was like, you remember me? I don't remember you. And I was like, are you fucking serious right now? Are you fucking kidding me? You're trying to play a social game of I don't know who you are, who are you, you random, like this little social game like that. I just spoke to one of the world's largest streamers. And have 2,200 subscribers, which is 22 times what you have, even though it's been fucking 7 years and you've not gotten past like 200 subs. I don't give a shit about that inherently in relation to a point. But for you to try to make it seem like I'm the random after what is clearly me gaining more credibility, me gaining more popularity, is you trying to trash me. And I don't fucking respect that. You are a piece of shit, Shadow. Keep fucking yourself to the fucking comic books you read about Spider-Man having sex with himself every night. Because because your Diary of a Wimpy Kid ass sounding self is so fucking clearly bad faith. I don't know why anybody interacts with you. You are not good faith. You literally show back and forth. And then he tried to say some shit like, oh, so I'm wrong because something like you don't like me. God, I literally blocked it out after the fucking shit. No. But like, anyways, if you want to watch it at the beginning, you can go just towards the beginning of the live stream. It was like, I want to say like 30 minutes to an hour in. Just rewind back to the live stream. It's all there. But I had to block his ass from the fucking channel because his ass tried sending me a fucking friend request, and I told him on the spot. I was like, yeah, bitch, I fucking ignored it. I actually didn't get a chance to tell him up on there. it's dog shit. It's absolute dog shit. I cannot tell you how pathetic he is. It's so fucking stupid. He was, when I was back friends with Carlos at the time, who was a big like troll in the Ask Yourself server. He just, my buddy Carlos would share with me things that Shadow was saying, and he would tell me all the ways that he was like being a sophist. It was just the scummiest shit ever. I can't tell you. He's an anti-vegan. So fuck that. Nobody like that is worth interacting with. Based, yeah. She is conflicting with her own morals. Some women have weaker moral stance. No, for sure. I know. It's like what I find so funny is that like women will have a bigger intuition pump for like making the emotional connection about animals, but they won't have as big of a reason to succumb to the strongest foundation, which is name the trait, or to engage with reasons that literally cause somebody to remain in favor of animal rights, because by extension, it allows them to remain in effect for human rights, trade equalize human rights, right? Which are just animals. And they're averse to it. Like, I get it. You know, men are typically more analytical, so on and so forth. But guys, like, we've got to raise the fucking standard. Like, fuck sex. This is just about if you fucking, you know, have appreciation towards the thing in question. So sometimes I see women like put it in a way where they're like, you're being too logical. And I'm like, you ever consider you're maybe not being logical enough? You know, like, it's just, yeah. For real, yeah. I see. So you disagree with Avi and Ask Yourself's debate review? Oh, 100%. I can't tell you how disappointed I am about it. That's going to come up. I'm going to have a scripted one that just goes over the general like short form for anybody who's confused and wants something like quick to reference to. And then I'm going to have the much longer form content for all my nerds out there who want to, you know, understand from point A to point Z how everything transpired. Also, I meant to ask where that interaction with Shadow is. Oh, yes, that's at the beginning. Like, where can I watch it? Yeah, Keith Lamau. Oh my god.
People you meet during outreach. Reasoning makes it very difficult to run Name the Trait on people you meet during outreach. Part of the
Thank you for making exactly the point of why we need to engage more with logic and raise the standards.
confusion comes because meat eaters don't understand what.
Oh yeah, there's what Vegan Runner was talking about. She's at fucking college campuses. We're like, people are so fucking incentivized to like, or people are more averse to being able to critically think on their feet because they are like very nervous college students that have like a million things going on. Like it's not like you pulled like a 30-year-old man to the side who maybe has a little bit more on his shoulders going on. Like, have you spoken to Avi or AY about your? I tagged Isaac about it. I didn't hear anything back. I didn't think that I would because he didn't show enough consideration towards me to have the debate review like he said he was going to, and with Vegan Gains. So I didn't really see that he was interested. In fact, it seemed like he was trying to passively say that he was not. So I figure, you know what? Okay, I'm not going to turn this into a whole dramatic thing through like the server and whatnot. I'm just going to make the response, you know, hey, look, if you're going to make your response and you're not going to call me on to clear up any confusion that you have and just put the video out, obviously I'm going to respond to it in a, you know, consolidated long form content, or long format, so on and so forth. Ask Yourself is pretty smart. Right. Yes. Yes. That's right. That's right. And too bad having the capability for critical thought by itself does not save us from enacting with false preferences. We also need to remove incentives that would cause issues. And so...
what the vegan is looking for. What counts as a trait? Size, shape, and what the vegan is looking for.
Wait, it's not what that's bad framing. It's not what the vegan is looking for. It's, I mean, unless you just mean, obviously, if you're trying to say the popcorn emoji, unless what you're just trying to say is the vegan is looking for something that's compatible with, you know, an answer that makes sense, of course. But the vegan, quote unquote, isn't plugging in the traits, which is kind of what it sounds like when you say this. The vegan is making, is asking you what trait or set of traits you would give as the person claiming that those exist between humans and animals such that you'd kill and eat the one, not the other. So, you know...
Counts as a trait. Size, shape, intelligence.
Anything true of the being. Like, do you think anybody has difficulty tracking this shit when you talk about other objects? I mean, you say a trait, but what's really a trait? What really counts as a trait? It's not a buzzword. Like, when I say what's the morally relevant distinction between a tissue and a person, such that you value one and not the other, you're going to tell me all the things that you know are true of the one and not the other. You don't start to go, what really counts as a trait? I don't know.
Oh my god.
It's crazy. It's like the incentive to fuck with you goes out the window when, you know, you plug it into another context. Then, as I said, after you call out the motivated reasoning that you were just talking about over here, then you can extrapolate that to show them that their motivated reasoning is probably true of this situation as well. And the more conscious we are of our primitive defaults or our bad subconscious habits, the things that we don't want to default towards, the more control we have over them. You, I know, have less fucking consideration and respect for people than I do, Natalie, because I believe in moral agents having control over their decisions, and you fucking don't. You act like you need to manipulate people or that they don't have the agency required in order to make decisions over their preferences, whereas I believe they do. So keep acting like they're too dumb, keep acting like they're too motivated, even though they can be aware of their problems. What do you think people do in psychologists do in therapy? They literally talk about the concept of whether or not somebody... what is it they always say? The first step to getting over your problems is admitting you have them. That's not untrue. You literally have to acknowledge it. You have to be forced to acknowledge it. And when you acknowledge it, you have to be forced to sit with it. And when you sit with it, you have to be forced to see everything that it entails. So on and so forth.
Species? Trait is defined as a distinguishing quality, characteristic.
To say it is defined instead of it would, like, yes, you could look up a definition from the Oxford Dictionary from Google, or you could just stipulate that whatever it has historically meant in regards to the question, the consistency test known as name the trait, that it would just mean, a thing true of the being, right? Which is an even simpler way to characterize it. Because if I say a distinguishing quality or characteristic, why the fuck did you already throw the word distinguishing at me? Like, distinguishing. Well, what's meant by distinguishing? Let's all put on our fucking philosophical hats. Whoa, what's meant by distinguishing, big guy? Shut the fuck up. Quality. Well, what's a quality? Oh god. But a quality is, it's so stupid to say that, because a quality is synonymous with a trait. So you're effectively using the word inside the sentence, making it incoherent in order to try to get closer to understanding it. You could provide surrounding words even if you do reuse a synonym in the sentence. That can be a bit more informative, but typically speaking, it's a lot more superior to try to verbosify the underlying concepts, right? Really simplify them. That's why a thing true of the being is like, oh. It's short, right? It's simple, it's sweet, it's to the point. Oh. It's a thing true of the being, yeah. If somebody wants, they can try to harp on what's meant by a thing. You can then say, okay, that's why I said to Destiny, I was like, it could be a characteristic, you know, so on and so forth. I gave some synonyms. I know we like synonyms a lot. But it could be it could be a characteristic, it could be this or that. And then you give some examples. You know, you say like, you know, are you 5 foot? I mean, I didn't say this part, but, you know, obviously saying it now, you could be 5'6". You could be, you know, you could have black hair. You could have a beard. You could have, you know, pinkish red lips. You could, whatever, so on and so forth, you know?
Or a genetically determined characteristic. Using the second definition, we can clearly see that species should count as an acceptable trait.
Natalie, it's counted as an acceptable trait as long as it is a thing true of the being. As long as it's able to be conceptualized as something that is logically the case of being possessed by one object, one thing being compared and not the other, or versus the other, such that we can make comparisons on that thing, then it can be compared.
Why'd she say that? Like, it was so monumental.
Because she's fucking retarded. No, like I with Natalie, I see it as she partially does not understand name the trait, but she's filling in the gaps of what she of being able to understand it and being humble with being arrogant. And that's the shit I don't respect. Like when you come at somebody and you're ignorant on something, I can deal with it. And when you're arrogant and you are in the right about it, arrogant, when you're confident, even if it's strong, I can more than respect it. But when you are arrogant and you're in the wrong, yeah, no, that's not gonna slide. Not at all. Not a fucking all.
But the vegan will reject that as not morally.
The vegan. Well, this is the funny thing, because I often see that a way people try to wave away the consideration of name the trait is by saying the vegan, or you're asking me, right? Somebody's trying to make a distinction on, you know, game name Pillis? Lumpa? I don't know what you're saying. Game name Pillis. I'm not in a game and I'm not trying to play a game with you. Okay. If that's your Minecraft name, thank you for sharing. What was I gonna say? So, yeah, like, the beautiful thing about Name the Trait is that you can deploy it on yourself because it's just a consistency test. So let's reframe what she just said relative to somebody who would ask themselves about Name the Trait, even if instead of saying the vegan will ask you. And then let's see if we have any problems proceeding. Oh, the vegan will ask you. This is Natalie's version. Scrap that. Reverse. Let's go back. I asked myself when I tried to find a thing that's true of one being, that if true of the other being would cause a difference of moral value such that it would be okay to kill and eat the one and not the other. Let's see. Now that we've removed the element of worrying about if somebody else, another agent, isn't involved, we lose a lot of problems associated with that pathway. And one of those is going to be whether or not you have an issue with what somebody is trying to feed you, trying to make something more difficult, whether or not there's something unfair. You know, she's already making it sound as if the vegan has something in mind to which they will reject or not accept. And it's like, you wouldn't accept a certain, there are things you would or would not accept as a trait yourself if you were engaging with it honestly. It's not about the other party. This makes it sound as if like it's as arbitrary as somebody just not liking your answer, but it's not. It's not about that.
Relevant. Who gets to decide which? But the vegan will reject that as not morally relevant.
Ah, there we go. Ah, okay. The vegan will reject that as not morally relevant. Well, the vegan will say you can. That's bullshit. So they will say from their view, well, there's a couple things. They will say, number one, they will ask you if you hold to that is a morally relevant distinction. If you try to bite the bullet on that, it is. Your answer will be accepted as if it is the case that you believe it, at least for the sake of the discussion, maybe not as if you genuinely hold to that belief. But what does it mean to say the vegan will reject it? This is very much like Destiny's debate, where a lot of people said, you were just rejecting whatever he was saying from your own view, but I wasn't. Instead, what I was doing was saying, unless you can reconcile the deeper issue with regards to a human versus an animal, you can't say that you have not shown that you find it to be a morally relevant distinction, which I doubt that you would genuinely do, unless it were the case that you can that you tell us whether or not you'd bite the bullet on the trait Homo sapien DNA. And so, with regards to Natalie saying the vegan will reject it, it's very much like that line of thinking. Oh, you just didn't like that he said it was species. It's like, no, if he rejects the trait species because he off of that such that it's not a morally relevant distinction between humans and animals, such that he would justify the mother-child separation, then point by analogy, and because, he thinks that's then a trivial trait in order to justify mother-child separation, by his own view, he's logically beholden to saying that Trump is then distinguished from him, but then that's not the trait. Or he could be logically consistent but absurd and say that it is the trait, and now he not only has to bite the bullet on mother-child separation between humans and animals for these trait equalized beings, but that even though he thinks that serves as a morally relevant symmetry breaker between him and Trump, everybody else watching who's intellectually honest and reconciling name the trait as it typically is run would find him to be morally relevantly morally sufficiently similar to Trump. So this is like that. This is like, okay, so the concept of Natalie saying that there's a trait that a vegan will reject. It's like, you mean logically? No, you could hold to that. Morally, it would be rejected by everybody, right? Who's intellectually honest. It's not being rejected as if to say you cannot hold to the trait being intelligence, for example. Let's just use an example, and such that it's not your trait. Like what the fuck? What do you mean it's rejected? It's rejected by any sort of acceptance for if you ought to hold the position. It's not rejected off of a logical basis. And if that's what you mean to say, Natalie, that's not what you have conveyed, because you said it would just reject. Cool boys, I gotta go. Cheers, take care. Thank you so much for sticking around, Vegan Runner. Really appreciate that. It was great talking to you and having you on. You have yourself a great one, and so much respect, man. Keep veganizing the world. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Who gets to decide which traits are morally relevant?
Well, it's a great thing that if you're implying moral objectivity is relevant to the discussion, that it's not, because we can posit that anybody who thinks it's of morally relevant significance to consider human rights, that they would be beholden to the concept of animal rights unless they can name the trait or set of traits. So if what I love to say to people, likewise, hey man, lots of vegan love. You stay safe out there. Fuck those carnists up, all right? Yeah. So what was I gonna say? So like, the funniest thing is, like, I get asked by I actually, there was a comment by this guy who was like, oh well, you don't have any evidence that people care about the what is it? He said something. Let's see if I can find the comment. I have what I said to him back.
the proof that most people would likely care about trait equalized beings is that we almost all have core values in favor of human rights, and our attention and moral value despite trait differences is the most likely hypothesis, given that we care about cats, dogs, and severely mentally handicapped people. So, you know, like, going back to Destiny for a moment here, again, I could have spoken about how he grants moral consideration for his cat or dogs, and so we know it can't be the trait Homo sapien. But I wanted to give the strongest reductio, number one, in relation to his view, because there's a stronger intuition pump to care about trait equalized humans than there are cats and dogs. Cats and dogs don't even have as many rights as, let's say, Bree, right? A severely mentally handicapped human. And number two, it's just a proper response to what he's claiming on the table. I think for extra, you know, clarity, you could point to how somebody doesn't really believe what it is that they claim to believe, because you give them a realization towards some other example of them not following through with that. But I wouldn't make that the priority, nor would I start with that if they're saying that that's something they are using as, you know, the justification relevant to that conversation, unless of course, like, you know, notwithstanding any other points. But anyways, yeah. Your view would assert people would stop caring about cats and dogs if external value was excluded. So that's something obviously we could have gone into, and again, I didn't want the debate to devolve into that. Or if severely mentally handicapped people were tested to be non-human or look different. Because, right, like, obviously the distinctions between Bree and a cow are a lot less distinct from, or there's a lot less total distinctions, you know, numerically between Bree and a cow versus your average person and a cow. And so Bree, or, you know, aka severely mentally handicapped people, are some of the best examples of proof that we care about, you know, trait equalized humans. Because it's like, what would the implication be? Oh, you don't give a fuck about you don't give a fuck about severely mentally handicapped people if you really want to double down on, like, intelligence or species, again with the beep detector, and you could put the two together. And we take Bree and then we take out the beep detector. Is she okay to eat? And then if you just said it was subjectively similar appearance, like if Bree was born inside of a cow body, if you know, we found out that the cow, any cow has human DNA, although I'm not really trying to assign moral value to the cow, I'm trying to remove it from the human. But, you know, you can go further and further and further and further with it, is the point. So
I personally don't believe species is morally relevant. That's part of...
I personally don't believe. See, this is going to imply some inherent moral value. When you say I personally don't, I take that to be a euphemism for having appreciation towards the idea that you inherently value the virtue of humans. I'm sorry. Beings, regardless of being human. But it is in question whether or not people who claim to not care about beings who are not human genuinely believe that themselves, if we give them the reductio. So it's all about the logical extension of someone else's own view. This is the beauty of philosophy, and specifically as it exists subjectively, right? We reflect back your own view. When variables follow from other variables, it is the case that the consideration, right, that if it's of consideration that we care about you know, a being for the similarities that she's claiming, then the differences should not produce a different that people are purporting should not produce a difference of attitude and be exposed as being irrelevant.
Of why I'm vegan, but meat eaters do think species is morally relevant. That's why.
Well, here we go with the equivocation, and now it's going to get really simple to see exactly where the issue lies. She just
They're
said
vegan, but meat eaters do think species is morally relevant. That's
when you say do think, you're making one of the world's largest claims, one of the largest claims we have a specific counter for, which is, well, let's talk about two things. Number one, the strongest. If we found out the truth that somebody was, a human was possessed non-human DNA, right? The beep detector, non-Homo sapien DNA, if that's what we take it to mean. She said genetics, that's the fair, way to take it. Guess what? What's more intuitive, Natalie? That the person loses moral value? She's either going to say, one, yes, because they told me so, in which case you're fucking stupid for taking somebody at face value. Or two, she's going to say no, in which case, just like in Destiny during the hypothetical, do you think that's what I asked you? No. Okay, then. So if that's not, if it's not the case that the party in question believes what it is that they think represents their view, who the fuck cares? And that's the prevailing belief, that people don't actually believe what they think they believe, that their true preferences are not being articulated from what they are espousing during a conversation. But to get them closer to realizing that, Natalie, you do something called a consistency test, known as Name the Trait, so that they don't feel as if these sort of traits that they could name are reasonably able to be deployed, or when they hear other people deploy them and feel safety within it, that they let them do that and start to reject them. And as they start to reject these differences, guess what? By definition, they will appreciate the similarities more. But right now, you're not talking to the version of them that has them appreciate an innocent being. You're talking to the version of them that thinks they don't appreciate those beings, right? It's just like the example I give of the serial killer. If I'm confident that I think there's a morally relevant distinction between me and a serial killer such that he deserves to die and not me, and it's because he laughs when people get, raped and tortured, and then fucking causes that again and again and again and again and again, and I say that's a morally relevant distinction such that he deserves to die, and you say to me, but what about the similarities? That's always going to be talking past me, because I'm trying to say the differences are integral. The carnist is going to, in effect, attempt to claim that the differences are required or that the differences are present in order to substantiate the difference of value, because obviously if they thought that they were similar to a morally sufficient degree by itself from their own view, and they made that realization, then they wouldn't kill and eat them for food. But to help them realize that they don't believe in these differences justifying the difference of treatment, they have to evaluate the differences. So, yeah.
That's why they're not. But meat eaters do think species is morally relevant. That's why they're not vegan.
No, that's not. You could have all sorts of purported justifications for why you think it's acceptable to kill and eat one and not the other. The species, yeah, right? The species, she's equivocating further. The species explains the difference of how somebody currently recognizes which beings they would or wouldn't kill. And if all you mean to say is that, sure, but that doesn't engage with it being a philosophical justification, because descriptive reasons are not the same as a prescriptive reason for doing something, right? A descriptive reason of why we do something is not the same as a prescriptive reason if we should do something. So when people answer, this is what you're doing, when you answer with what should be the case with, well, this is why people know what they do, Of course, they know to buy, technically speaking, the label that says dead chicken at the store. And they see the carcass. But that doesn't mean that the justification is the same. Meaning the reason why they should do that, or why it's okay to do that, is the same as why they just do that. Meaning that they have a present distinction of the species. The present distinction of the species just serves as the placeholder for the why. But people are expected to be cognitively dissonant. That is to say, to not automatically have their actions be in line with their preferences. And if that's the case, then why the fuck would we say that, oh, people are automatically in alignment with their beliefs philosophically? And so when you ask them if this thing serves as a justification, and they answer with, well, I'm already doing it, and that's a category error. If you take that to mean that it is a prescription, then you're then you're falling for the category error. Or maybe you're framing it wrongly and you're contributing towards that confusion. But regardless, that is the confusion that's happening there. From one party, both parties, doesn't matter. It's still occurring. So you need to be responsible and remove that confusion pathway. You need to not say, well, I guess name the trait's the problem. No more than if a slave owner were to say, you know what the problem is with your hypothetical of appreciating black people's rights? It's that you always give this example, this impossible, this absurd hypothetical. You can't change consciousness. You can't put a being inside of another being. You need to help them to realize that it's a thought experiment such to that the beings in question are just the black people if they're trying to point to the beings to which I have a moral imperative to not do this thing to, and they are engaging with the concept behind it. But if they're trying to not engage with the concept behind it, then you're required to help illustrate that the thought experiment is all that's relevant. All that's required. Right? It's just the concept. So, so when she says, that's why they're not vegan. Well, no, the justification isn't necessarily species. The descriptive reason is species of why there's a difference of treatment. Not the same.
I'm asking you, what is the morally substantive difference between a human and an animal, where it's okay to violate an animal's rights, but it's not okay to violate a human's?
It's so disgusting that he would eat on stream with somebody who would just eat a dead cow in front of him.
Rights. And you've given me a few answers, but you keep walking back your claims.
Yeah, look, I don't have an answer because I don't fully understand the question. I thought my answer was
So what
enough,
clarifies as
I don't fully understand the question. Next to somebody whom he's aware is trying to troll Richard. And then, is that Butterfield?
Yep.
Yeah, Butterfield says, so what clarifies as a trait? I mean, again, if somebody claims to not understand something as fundamental as a trait well into the conversation, realize that it may not be you that's the problem. It's probably them.
as a morally substantial, whatever the rest of that was.
You can tell a racist.
Whatever the rest of that was. What's funny is she's trying to give an example of an anti-vegan and posit that it is any sort of statistically significant example of the overall majority of society. Like maybe if all of society was Isaac Butterfield, we'd have to take a bit more of a civil rights approach from the 1850s. But thank goodness we don't, right? Yeah. I don't think oh, that's the other thing I was going to say earlier. So the mentally handicapped people are one example of that to which we could point to for people clearly not valuing species. But what about cats and dogs? Again, they don't have full sets of rights. Don't get me wrong. They deserve a lot more. You shouldn't be a landlord who can evict somebody or even bar somebody from entering a home just because you have a cat or dog. That's stupid if you say that they could piss and shit in your rug. If a mentally handicapped or autistic kid could do the same thing too, are you going to bar them? See how easy that was? Like, It's just annoyingly easy. Like, just come on, guys, ask yourselves. It's just so fucking stupid. But yeah, with regards to if species is actually relevant for the right to life and autonomy, which is what's being examined, we know that that cannot be the trait or set of traits in question by itself, at least. Well, really at all, because that's not relevant at all to the equation of animals, right? So if you say it's an either or, like, oh, it's either the species or external value. Okay, so if you said it was both, right, then if there was a cat who wasn't owned by somebody, could I kill, eat, and torture them, or a dog? If you said it was either species or external value, okay. If there was a human that wasn't externally valued, can I torture them? Or if we had a being, a human, someone subjectively similar to a human that I took out a beep detector and it scanned that they didn't possess Homo sapien DNA, if this just means genetics, would it be okay to kill and eat them for food? Right? That's the either or. But yeah, I mean, the idea that it's not acceptable to deploy and name the trait because, you know, there's anti-vegans that exist, like, they seldom exist. They do, yeah. But I will tell you, you make a lot more anti-vegans with the type of attitude that cucks in the corner as people espouse anti-animal rights positions left and right.
The color of someone's
rather than expose it.
Skin is arbitrary, but they don't see it as arbitrary. You can tell a racist that the color of someone's skin is arbitrary, but they don't see it as arbitrary.
That assumes that they inherently don't value or exclude value off the color of skin, or only include value off the color of another skin. What's likely happening is that the racist in question isn't engaging logically honestly with regards to the view and is being ideological about whether or not they would value that thing in question. That is then technically a matter of self-deception, and although here's why that's relevant, right? Because although that might be relevant for the outcome of the position, that wouldn't really be relevant for whether or not that person underlyingly would or wouldn't be okay with that outcome, right? So like if I asked a KKK member, hey, would you be okay if your consciousness was transferred inside of a black person? And they said either something that we don't think is true, that they'd be okay with being, you know, whipped, raped, and enslaved. And, you know, or you can get, yeah, whatever, yeah, right. Or they say, no, I don't, and that's incoherent. But if they said that it was the trait in question, they'd be okay with that. They're consistent on it. They can claim that that's the trait. But, I mean, they've just deceived themselves into believing that it is. And you might say, well, then is the goal to get them to realize it? No, not necessarily. So persuading somebody can obviously be distinct if it reaches a strong enough threshold from giving somebody a reductio. You hope that somebody is logically or intellectually honest enough to engage with hypotheticals such that they'd realize the logical consequences of their view being palatable or not and change accordingly. But the idea that somebody would or wouldn't accept a view doesn't mean that somebody that our society can't or won't normalize evil. And so at some point, I think the answer is to do exactly what we were talking about earlier. Exclude dating certain people, exclude having family or friends that are carnous, exclude people that try to normalize evil. Because if you take it seriously enough, then you wouldn't validate when somebody has a philosophy that justifies the rights violations and disutility of the beings being holocausted in question, would you? No, I don't think so. I don't think we do this during slave times. I don't think we do this during World War II with Jews. And anybody who would, I find to be fucked. And again, like, what we do in situations when somebody doesn't agree but we're standing in our way, well, yeah, I mean, obviously you hope it doesn't have to get to a point where there's ever, any violence or anything like that. But
you should recognize that there's always a point to which if somebody is not willing to concede even on human rights, we do have solutions for that, and it's not always a fairy tale.
That's why they're racist.
Someone can.
That's why they're racist. No, technically ideology and self-deception is distinct from it. I think it makes you morally identical, but I don't think it technically makes the underlying justification that you would bite the bullet on to be true. It might in effect be that you are just as bad, and it's like arbitrary to say that you're distinct, and I see the value of that, but that's not the state of most people. Most people are actually in favor of animal rights because they don't think that the trait or set of traits in question, like she just named species, is a morally relevant distinction. If that were true, again, cats and dogs would just automatically fail. And the beep detector by itself, which is the strongest point, would expose that. Oh, looks like Natalie's not human. Kill and eat her. You're just conflating descriptive and prescriptive ethics, Natalie.
Can define what they consider moral as any fucking thing define.
But they don't see it as arbitrary. That's why they're racist.
Someone can define what they consider moral as any fucking thing they want.
During activism.
The thing that you're taking out of context there with Isaac is being able to name something by means of capability is distinct from if we would anticipate that they would intellectually honestly hold to that. I don't think that if we were to sit with the logical consequences of our view in any meaningful capacity, being able to say it's intelligence, species, social contract, that's just reducible to it, whatever the fuck is morally relevantly distinct.
You don't have much time. Most people will grant you 15 to...
Want!
During activism, you don't have much time. Most people...
It's exactly why you want to make the strongest reason for why somebody ought to change their perspective. Thanks again for making the case.
Will grant...
No, I know you're trying to say that you don't have sufficient enough time in order to make name the trait as a concept apparent. I think it actually becomes apparent practically instantly after running it for about 30 to 45 seconds. You can maybe throw in another 1 to 2 minutes if you want to give some examples, but I've pitched before animal rights in the street all the time. I was able to say it all within about 45 seconds from start to finish, not talking at a fast speed at all, like normal talking speed. Giving the examples of, if you said the trait was intelligence, would you be okay with killing mentally handicapped people? If you said the trait was species, would you be okay with killing Superman? If you said the trait was mentally handicapped and species, would you be okay with killing mentally handicapped Superman? So on and so forth. And, that plus just the starting base of name the trait, I think people get it. I think people actually engage with name the trait as a concept on a day-to-day basis. A very, very, very much more common occurrence than what people would have you believe, right? Like they see that they're asked something to this effect, quite often, but they don't, they're not unfamiliar necessarily with the concept.
Grant you 15 to 20 minutes, and then you're never going to see them again.
But their view is always going to see them when they go to sleep at night.
Again, explaining the premise of name the trait and correcting them along the way is a...
You say correcting them along the way, but the justifications that they feel the need to give you, again, aren't indicative of all the traits that they would accept. And so if those two things are distinct, we really ought not claim that the trait in question or set of traits in question that they would name are actually, relevant to any degree. So I think that if somebody has a difficult time tracking or something like that,
yeah, just remember that it's not difficult inherently to track. The claims that people would say that it's difficult to track are literally out of a bias for not wanting to believe it. And when it defaults back to the motivated reasoning, people don't have anything to motivated reasoning towards if they're having to sit with their own view. Raise the standard of philosophy, have them sit with their view, teach them that, there is not a complex concept going on here, that they don't, I always remind people, they don't have to respond in the moment. They actually should just think about it. But unless they can reconcile what that honest, morally relevant distinction is, they should not be paying for another, dead animal to be killed, or any, animal to be exploited or raped or anything.
A waste of time. If you're not sure how to trait, and correcting them along the way is a waste of time.
Literally giving them the best reasoning there could possibly exist is a waste of time because of conscious perceptions people demonstrate, literally because they feel and fear the opposition of them against their own view, their own actions to their own view. Nice.
If you're not sure how to use your time during outreach effectively, check out this handy page.
What the fuck is this garbage? Shift from consumer-centric to voter-centric narratives. Tell the story of citizens acting collectively through the vote rather than consumers acting individually through diet change. How the fuck does that tell me if I should even do so for the being in question? Use the metaphor of evolution to overcome futility. A story of society evolving together away from farming animals helps the public understand animal advocates' vision. You're assuming that it's my vision that I share your vision of, reducitarianism, which is what this sounds like. Evolving together. Yeah, that sounds like going slow and steady, which justifies organ harvesting. A story of society evolving together away from farming animals. Evolution. I thought you were talking about actual evolution, not this the metaphor of evolution. Like, what? Again, this just makes it seem like it's not an imperative. It's not a moral baseline. Elevate dead animal eating messengers to highlight citizen action. Media highlighting supportive citizens who still eat dead animals shows that you don't need to be vegan to be part of the movement. She just said it. She just fucking said it. Thanks for fucking exposing it, Natalie. You're not an abolitionist. You're a reducitarian fuck. Why the fuck are you even talking about name the trait, dumbass? Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking God. She really said expose. Yeah, right. She really, I gotta take a picture of that. Oh my God. Beautiful. All right, folks. We figured out the answer to animal rights. Just reduce. Yeah. Let me see. Moral imperative through philosophy, or just telling somebody who doesn't understand the imperative of the extension of animal rights from human rights to just reduce their intake of dead animals, but still allow them to and still be totally cool with them. Yeah, okay. Number 4, target the humane deception with "it's no secret." So use salesman-like frame tactics that give a narrative of "it's so obvious" and appeal to incredulity. It's no secret. Okay, it might not be a secret to them too. Humane labels don't mean much. And nobody wants to be ignorant of a widely known fact. You're literally admitting to taking advantage of them. Nobody wants to be ignorant. Wow. So the reason to believe in animal rights comes down to somebody's own egotistical notion, some narcissistic idea of whether or not you want to be left out of being stupid or not? Wow. That's so smart. That defeats name the trait, Natalie. You're so right. The moral imperative I have when I reconcile that intelligence, species, or a trait stack doesn't justify a global holocaust versus just like if I'm the most popular bitch on the street is just, it pales in comparison. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the sponsorship from Mattel or Bratz, because that was a very preppy ass fucking like absolutely dog shit. You get them. Attempt of some kind of way to espouse that the idea in question is true. Proactively address culture, naturalness, and freedom of choice. Proactively. So, engage with traits that they could try to name preemptively. Tell me, what are you going to do when they name the traits culture, naturalness, and freedom of choice? Many people already know about the harms of farming animals. Focus more of your advocacy on their rationalizations. Would the rationalizations be a point that reduces down to what would be asked with the name the trait if someone were to name those 3 traits? Okay, then. Then you're not against name the trait. Wow. Give empathy to the rationalizations of the dead animal eating public. Literally the fucking opposite. When advocates dismiss these rationalizations as foolish, we seem out of touch and provoke a defensive response. You've not established that being defensive means that somebody is not going to be convinced of the thing in question. But most importantly, evidence seems to be on the contrary neurologically. And you've not established that somebody reacting out of defensiveness to justify a Holocaust is not a philosophical choice at the end of the day. Let me see. Fifth of July speech. Where's the full ass thing? But I hear someone of my audience say, it is just in this circumstance that you and your brother abolitionists fail to make a favorable impression on the public mind. Would you argue more and denounce less? Would you persuade more and rebuke less? Your cause would be much more likely to succeed. But I submit, where all is plain, there is nothing to be argued. What point in the anti-slavery creed would you have me argue? On what branch of the subject do the people of this country need light? Must I undertake to prove that the slave is a man? Tantamount portion is obviously that an animal is morally sufficiently similar. That point is conceded already. Nobody doubts it. We don't doubt that animals have sentience, I rather should say. What then remains to be argued? Is it that slavery is not divine, that God did not establish it, that our doctors of divinity are mistaken? There is blasphemy in the thought. That which is inhuman cannot be divine. Who can reason on such a proposition? They that can may, I cannot. The time for such argument is past. At a time like this, scorching irony, not convincing argument is needed. Now, it is important to note that although he does technically say not convincing argument is needed, I think what he's trying to say is really just that some people ought to be given up on. The ones that cannot be reasoned with, we should move on from. Not sit there and try to appeal to them yet further. So it only furthers the point I make. Oh, had I the ability and could I reach the nation's ear, I would. Today, pour out a furious storm of biting ridicule, blasting reproach, withering sarcasm, and stern rebuke. For it is not light that is needed, but fire. It is not the gentle shower, but thunder. We need the storm,
the whirlwind, and the earthquake. The feeling of the nation must be quickened. The conscience of the nation must be roused. The propriety of the nation must be startled. The hypocrisy of the nation must be exposed. And its crime against God and man must be proclaimed and denounced. What then to the slave is your 4th of July? It was on the 5th of July that Frederick Douglass stated all this. And he was making a point that it's not only an insult to the victims of, back then it was slavery, but those who were oppressed, but also not something to which we ought to create a standard for. Why would we validate defensive responses? Why would we allow justifications of these traits people would name? Culture, naturalness, freedom of choice. Dismissing these as foolish, as the person themselves we know already do in all other situations, is holding them to a higher standard for themselves than they want to hold for themselves. And it's certainly holding them to a higher standard than our counterparts within the self-identifying vegan movement would tell us. Accountability, then, is of chief most importance. It really is not the idea that people have defensive responses to which we ought overcome and focus on just the outcome for. It really is a higher standard that we ought raise of people. Every point that Natalie has made thus far has resulted in some kind of feeling of hopelessness, if you haven't noticed. Natalie is really attempting to make people feel as if the only choice we have to achieve a world of animal rights, which by itself is being equivocated upon to mean something like reducitarianism and abolition can even exist in the same universe, or rather that they ought, rather than the reducitarianism deserving to be killed. But the pity that we give to these plights only prolongs the ability for them to hold any water or for them to be respected, taken seriously. People already do not hold to these justifications once again. We already know that. We already know nature, though, culture, though, freedom of choice, so on and so forth, do not serve as any morally relevant distinctions that justify, removing the rights to life and autonomy. To try to capitalize on that fear, not only when you have no evidence, but when you do not accept that almost certainly in the human rights situations, in the civil rights eras that are spoken about. And I know that when I pleaded with Destiny, he had nothing, and I mean nothing, to say about that. I do not think he would have once tried to bite the bullet and be logically consistent on that for blacks or for women or for Jews or for gays. That we should have taken it up the ass when people were telling us that, we should be friends with the South, and we should just have, slave-friendly cafes. We should just go to libraries where, there's segregation and just kind of like, just look at the black people as if they're lesser than. Just be okay with that. No. We had a standard. We have standards when it comes to human rights. And those all go the fuck out the window when it comes to animal rights. I'm calling all you motherfucking animal rights advocates, quote unquote, out. Fuck you, David Rams. Fuck you, Daniel Ishey. Fuck all you bitches, okay? You guys suck ass. Okay? Just like I told you, Danny, if that anti-vegan was threatening to, or, already killed your cat Dexter, what's your answer? You still haven't answered, have you? What's your answer? Would you laugh with him as well? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't fucking think so.
Page from Pax Fauna, where they tell you which points.
Oh, it goes on. Pursue policy demands focus on making animal-free foods more affordable and accessible. That's Cosmic Skeptic's sophistry. Is it justified in order to participate in a Holocaust because of high cost, though? The high cost of animal-free alternatives seen as a barrier to transition. We can make this a rallying cry. That also makes it seem as if it is acceptable to deploy it. It's really not. Anybody who says they can't pay a few extra bucks to not slit the throats of humans will be laughed at, because that's fucking disgusting. Use non-exaggerated facts and provide citations. Non-exaggerated? What the fuck is constituted as exaggerated by your standards? People want hard facts, but they're wary of biased research. If you're trying to make this about a matter of health claims, the health claim is not in the same universe as the philosophical claims. Again, if you want to bite the bullet on that, you're going to have to say that if somebody were to take any particular health claim, say it's living as, say it's like dying 5 years earlier on a vegan diet. You live 5 years longer on a dead animal diet. Okay, if they're not accepting of killing humans for food as they would animals, even if they live 5 years longer, then guess what? Proving the health claim is not only your burden, because they're the ones likely making the positive claim, but it's not even relevant to the fucking discussion. It's just philosophy, right? The idea of the morals, whether or not the rights to life and autonomy ought to be respected, is always going to be of chief most importance as opposed to the fucking health concepts. Dipshits. Always provide citations and never exaggerate. The truth is shocking enough. Oh, is it? Because, weren't you guys saying just a second ago, you have to target the humane deception with "it's no secret"? I thought the truth was enough. Didn't you have to say it like some mean girl shit, like, "Oh my god, it's no secret, that her butt's so big"? Like, it's not that fucking trivial, bitch.
This handy page from Pax Fauna where they tell you which point.
Tone down emotional language without sacrificing emotional connection. What does that begin to mean? If a trait true of the emotional connection is to be logically consistent on how you would talk about the reality of what goes on with animals as you would with humans, because you don't find there to be more relevant symmetry breaker between the two such that you ought not use the language, then that is the emotional connection. And I do take that to be a trait true of it. You guys would probably tell me not to say the word Holocaust. You'd probably try to tell me to tone down my language of, you know, that they're dead animals, because people constantly try to perpetuate euphemisms. But trying to make this out to seem like the conversation of animal rights is a matter of behaving off of people's primitive defaults really only changes the plays into the idea that this is ever a matter of psychology, whereas again, we are agents, we have philosophy, guys. 2025, right? That's the phrase, right? Rita, who wrote this garbage? Oh god, I know, it must have been David Ram's fucking mom.
Points need to be addressed.
Number 10. Use questions, images, and explicit pro-emotion arguments to create an emotional connection. Appealing to someone's dispositions that do come out of having a dispreference towards the reality of what goes on to animals. And that's going to be, let's say, exposing what happens inside of a gas chamber. You show a video, you show a picture. If not paired with a reason why that ought be viewed as of enough moral consideration to care about the thing it is that you're advocating for, which I don't know, asking somebody if they can find a morally relevant distinction between humans and animals kind of comes to mind, then you're effectively just having them look at something that's wrong but not know how to rationalize it. They need to, we ought use our brains to create moral foundations, logical foundations for what it is we realize we have a different preference for. That's why emotions ought work in tandem with our logic,
but it shouldn't be seldom, right, or excluded from it. To create an emotional connection. There are ways to appeal to emotions without being seen as manipulative. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's why when you're talking to people, you know, you talk about their you don't ask them if personal contribution towards killing beings is morally acceptable. You specifically go out of your way to say, tell a story of citizens collectively changing through a vote. That's why instead of saying that people participating in organ harvesting is wrong, you try to change that philosophy, confuse animal rights believers into saying that we should evolve with people who remove dead animals slowly from their life. That's why you say, and of course that goes true of 2 and 3. Of course, that's why you specifically say it's no secret. You literally say, nobody wants to be ignorant of a known fact. That's literal psychological manipulation. You're not neutralizing something that shouldn't be spoken about. Why wouldn't I just tell somebody that it's no secret, but it's just not happening? Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't have to say it that way. But yeah, that's why you don't call it a trait, right? When even though you name 3: culture, natural nature, though, and freedom of choice. X Stepbro X says hello. Hey, what's up? Welcome in.
This handy page from PAX.
Oh, and that's why you also say give empathy to the rationalizations of them, right? Because you don't want people to dismiss these rationalizations as foolish, even though your intuition pump keeps saying you do that in the human context, and you can't name a trait that from you to yourself, such that you would say you're okay with advocating for animals differently than humans. Right.
Fauna, or
you're not manipulative. Meticulously avoid jargon and activist speak. This is like anti-activist activism? What would you call this material? What the fuck is this? Any word or phrase that isn't in common use by regular people is confusing and alienating. That is so self-victimizing. You need to go fuck yourself with the rustiest spoon you could find, you dipshit. It's not fucking alienating if you're willing to explain the fucking concept of it. Fucking idiot. How is something alienating if you're willing to explain to someone? How is something alienating if you're happy to, if you have an obligation to ask when you don't understand something? How are you supposed to know all different vocabulary words that you understand and not somebody else? Lavi says, it's always funny when people say don't manipulate. Sus on what they even find as manipulative, but then actually do so themselves. Absolutely. Absolutely. They're trying to, it's literally, how do you hide something from the world's greatest detective? You put it right under his nose. Like, just don't be someone who uses tissues. This right here, this is an instrument of the finger. Looks an awful lot like a napkin or tissue. It's not, because, insert bullshit here. Any word or phrase that isn't common use by regular people can be normalized and can be simplified. Also, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't normalize certain connotations, such as a Holocaust, such as trait equalization. You can normalize all these words denotatively and connotatively. Number 12. Beware of health-centered messaging, which inadvertently triggers the consumer frame. Most Americans see health as a matter of personal responsibility and resist any government intervention. You should just reject it because it's not the philosophical argument. But didn't you say just a moment ago, people want hard facts, but they're weary of biased research? So what are you appealing to? It's immoral to eat plants. They have souls and have intelligence. Absolutely. So you believe that, right? You're not here to troll onto somebody that is going over animal rights, right? How many more sections? I know, right? Seriously. I think that's
where
just
they tell you which points need to be addressed. Every second counts. Name the trait, usually.
Saying every second counts, but not establishing how it violates the time in question is so stupid.
It devolves into insane hypotheticals.
So what do we eat if plants have souls? Why would I assume the plants have souls? It devolves into insane hypotheticals. Well, two problems with this. Number one, if insane just means something that doesn't sound like it's of the real world, people already happily engage with this all the time. People watch fantastical movies, musicals, shows, all sorts of entertainment. It's actually crazy. 12 Commandments of Bull. Damn. People don't reject watching the concept of if Superman can lift a meteorite and engage with what their opinion is on it, just because it's not something that would be true of the real world. You would say, for example, it would be crazy to say that it sounds like an insane hypothetical to be able to spin around the earth and save everybody from a disaster, just like Superman does in the first movie. That if that's what was required in order to save the world, it would be insane to say, oh, I don't want to engage with, what underlying point you're trying to make simply because I can't go outside the earth and spin backwards in order to make time go backwards, right? Like that doesn't work. Or what about a meteorite that takes the strength of 10,000 men in order to lift or something like that, and or hold back, and the little girl is about to die? You have the strength of Superman and you can stop it. Would you do it? It's funny that a lot of people wouldn't call that an insane hypothetical. They would just quickly engage with what the intuition pump causes within us, which is all that's required in order to engage with it. Stop perpetuating hypothetical denial merely because people push it off.
I understand that hypotheticals have value in the context of debates.
No, they have value in the context of literally the world. I always give the example of a black rights activist who asks a slave owner, what if your consciousness was transferred into a black person? That's a question. That's a fucking question. As we've discussed earlier, it doesn't have to devolve into an intense debate where all that means is to say something like, you have a proposition you have to defend, or you take a hard stance on or against. Just doesn't. You can be okay with the idea of somebody trying to justify the concept in question without engaging in a full-on debate, but still address it using hypotheticals. And we have historically. Women's rights movements, the World War II, fucking, of course, slavery, and all these other civil rights eras entailed hypotheticals of all kinds, not just against the strongest of opposition, but people who started to come onto our side. There were people that were persuaded, that were at one point for the North, for the South. They were persuaded by, reduction. They were persuaded by all these different points, but they didn't. But it was only because they didn't understand the underlying concept of it. And if you could appreciate the concept of a hypothetical delivering a reason to believe in a philosophy in any of those contexts, why then would there be a rejection here? Doesn't make any sense. What if your consensus was conscious? Was transferred to a plant? Well, then I wouldn't be the colloquial sense of a plant, now would I? Really hard one. Thank you.
They're an excellent way to test someone's logical consistency. And
all right, well, that's all the time I think I have for today. I can't believe we still didn't make enough headway on this. There was a lot of responses. There were a lot of responses we did to vegan the not Vegan Gates. I said that because I looked at him. The debate that I had with Destiny. Probably tomorrow I'll hop on and respond to or finish the video or something like that. But I've appreciated everyone's support thus far. Thanks everyone for, you know, showing up as usual. Glad to get a little bit closer to the truth as always. Really appreciate it. What is true? Oh yeah, I know, right? But remember, whether it's the cold hard truth or a poison that lingers until it takes effect, either way you like it, yeah, no problem. Either way you like it, you're gonna get the picture.